Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, December 30th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today, along with Doug and Mark. And I believe we're ready to begin today's show. And as usual, in beginning these shows, I like to say, does anybody have anything that they would like to present or display or question or comment to begin today's show? I see that Giani's here. That's good. I have some new pictures from Giani, so it'd be good to have a look at those. We may have to have a translator first. I'm not sure about that yet. Perhaps Salamia could act as a translator.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, Giani.
Hi, Rick. I'm Flavio. When the time comes, I will translate.
Okay, perfect.
Hello and good morning.
Yes, hi. Well, would you like to start off right away, or do you need some time? For Giani, would you like to start now? Is that okay?
Yes, Rick. It's okay.
Okay, sure. Okay, well, let's do that. I know you have a number of new pictures, Giani, but you need to explain. So, do you want to share?
Yes. Da, le pregătesc acum în câteva minute.
In a couple of minutes, I will prepare them, and after that, I will tell you when I'm ready.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. Okay, and as a lot of people know, Giani is one of our regulars here who presents often his garden area and living arrangement, that he's shown some pretty incredible results using the plasma technology, including some enormous growth of plants that don't usually grow so large, and having what would you say, being able to balance the temperatures in his living arrangement so that he doesn't have to use outside heating in terms of burning fuels or burning or using electricity for heat and that kind of thing. And he's found a way to exist and survive without a lot of the things that we take for granted, many of us take for granted, such as electricity and having perhaps hot water all the time and that kind of thing. So it's interesting to see how he's adapted and seems to thrive quite well in his environment. So I'm interested to see what he has to present today. We were looking at his what's called the sun structure, which is let's see, maybe I can show that as a picture here to kind of get things going. It's a nice sunny kind of picture, so it's appropriate. And he has these structures hanging in his, what do you call it, yurt type structures that he builds, which are half sphere kind of greenhouse or living structures, similar to the Buckminster Fuller structures that we've seen. Perhaps many people have. Just looking for another example. This one's kind of a classic Giani picture, you might say, of his greenhouse area, but he'd gone away for, I think, 2 or 3 months, I think it was, to set up some other oasis projects in other countries or other places. And he came back, and this, what was this plant again? Can someone remind me? It was a, I can't remember what kind of plant it was. I'm sure someone will remind me. It grew, it continued to grow in spite of having no water. And it actually went over to both the One Cup, One Life setup that Giani had left on the bench. And it got curious enough to go over and actually touch onto that. And also onto the coil, you can see at the upper part of the picture here, the plant decided to more or less intertwine with that coil, which is quite interesting as well. Normally, we think that plants wouldn't want to associate with a nano-coated surface like that, but I'll show you another picture of that one.
And just to be clear, Mr. Keshe was wondering whether anybody had trained that particular plant to go the way it went. And Giani has since clarified that I think he was absent from the greenhouse for 2 months or so. And it did what it did all by itself without him or anyone else encouraging it to move the way it did.
Yes, exactly. Which is pretty amazing when you think about it. I was trying to get this other picture up here. Okay, well, it's being a little unusual, but we'll deal with that. There we go. And this was the Gans jar. It's full of salt and Gans mixture, and you can see the plant is starting to wrap around the nano-coated wire that connects the electrodes. You would think a plant would be quite aversive to salt. Not to mention the nano-coated wire, but it seems to be thriving and somehow quite happy to be around that. And we see that Giani hangs these structures, these double tube structures, which we've talked about in the last 2 plasma groups, I believe. And he's described how he makes these structures. And also, I believe it was in the Testimonials group of last month, or at the first of this month, where he described the building of these as well. And so they're like a sun structure, and he hangs them up usually toward the roof of the structures that he makes, greenhouses. And it's like a central sun that helps with both the temperature and the growth, or the fields, provides the beneficial fields for growth in the in that environment. Okay, any other comments, questions, or otherwise? To fill in a bit of time here while we wait for Giani to set up his display.
Maybe later we can take a look at integrated circuits.
Integrated circuits.
Mr. Keshe mentioned that today. We all might be gifted with an integrated circuit. I don't know what to do with it.
Well, that's a good question.
I don't even know what an integrated circuit is.
I've actually bought integrated circuits before from the internet, and basically, yes, I didn't know what to do with them either. Well, they're a little tricky to work with in a way, but once you understand.
Another point we might look at later was in the 360 workshop, Mr. Keshe answered a question about odors. I mean, we went from pyramids to odors in that workshop. I think that was the last question by Dr. Gatwa. And it's a very interesting, as usual, Mr. Keshe's explanation about things and odors.
That was toward the end of that workshop? Is that what you're...
Yeah, that was 7 minutes before. He said we have 5 minutes left, and he went on for about 5 minutes before the workshop ended. I think that was the last question there, but very interesting about defense mechanisms and crystals. And Dr. Gatwa has shared a couple times of his cattle shed and how he's used just CO2 in a star formation, which sort of made the odors meld into the environment where they didn't have any smell, which I was amazed with, and I thought could be a good invention for outhouses or porta toilets or things like that always smell as a new development. But he went on and explained a little bit about odors and emotions and their connections.
Okay, I'll see if I can connect with that fragment.
So when you bought an integrated circuit, was it a Pentium chip or was it something else?
No, it was something else. It was it's like a timer chip. They call them ICs, right? Integrated circuit. And they come in all shapes and sizes, and they usually are a little sort of little black rectangular box thing about the size of your thumb or fingernail, and has a bunch of legs coming off of it that you can solder into some sort of connector, so you can connect the legs up to various other circuits and have something that operates as a complete circuit.
Morning, everybody. Here's Jaco from Switzerland.
Hi.
Hi. I saw 1 or 2 days ago on Facebook the integrated circuit. They say the Russians found on Pfizer vaccine. Probably this was what Mr. Keshe meant.
Right, yes, I suspect that's what he was speaking about.
And I'm searching if we can find it somewhere because
I've seen that on the internet, and I suspected it was Russian propaganda, actually. But
well, it fits in the total picture about what is going on at the moment.
yeah, and it may actually be true, but
Yes.
it's something that we have to be careful discussing about. It's one of those things that are specifically restricted by YouTube. And if we discuss about that, then we have to have a balanced approach and explain that the medical authorities believe that's a conspiracy theory, that the chips are actually included in the vaccine, even though there's scientific documents about how they can do such a thing, and lots of reasons why they want to do such a thing, and so on and so forth. But as the humans on planet Earth, we're not supposed to talk about such things.
Yes.
Strangely enough.
It
so
is.
I figure all the things they tell us not to talk about are the things you better look at very closely.
Exactly. That is.
They're like the last ditch efforts of the powers that be. They're saying, don't look here, and don't look here, you know, trying to do their magic act and telling us every time. They don't realize that every time you say, don't look here, it makes people wonder, why do they want us not to look there? Let's have a look at that.
Yeah.
So there's a
bring on the disclaimer, and we can go for it.
Time for the disclaimer.
Exactly.
The all-powerful disclaimer. Let me see if I can dredge it up here. There we go. I've got the verbal edition, and we're going to verbalize it now to try to protect ourselves a little bit, even though we still have to specify whenever certain topics come up. We have to then apply the balancing technique immediately, and not as just referencing it to this disclaimer, which I will show. But anyway, disclaimer does help. It's all part of the evidence that we are trying to do a good job of complying to the rather absurd and strange rules and regulations that we must adhere to at this point in time, it seems. But it's all for the better as we keep our channel together. That's the main thing at this point. Okay, so this is the disclaimer. Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of Gans processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Well, there you go. That's quite a mouthful, but she should cover almost any contingency here, I think. Anyway, that's it for that, and we can carry on and discuss to our heart's content, basically here.
Mr. Keshe was talking about that previously in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race, about an integrated circuit or a chemical integrated circuit buried inside a slurry of other things, which is currently being distributed around the world. But on the upside, he was also saying, as is it Boris? I think so, was saying that the Russians have been working and decoding the chemical combinations involved, and I believe probably working quietly with Mr. Keshe to bring about a solution to that agenda, trying to tread gently and delicately on the subject.
I see Dean has had his hand up for a bit here, and maybe we could hear from him.
Good day, peace. Can I be heard?
Yes, very loudly. Yes. Yep. Loud and clear.
Okay, I'll back up a little bit. I just wanted to make an announcement. This is Dean from California, United States. And in the next month, I will be moving from California to Oklahoma, United States. And I have about 2 acres that I will be occupying, and I have a desire to put it into an oasis and start increasing my activities in agriculture and the applications of Gans.
Yay, good for
and
you.
As I move forward in this project, yes, thank you. And as I move forward in this project, I hope to do the same thing. I believe it was Ursula and Giani did in France. I am opening this up as a project. That's about all I have to say right now. That's
So it's
my wish, and that's the direction.
At some point, people will be able to join you and help out to build this oasis. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and hopefully by this spring. So, maybe February. I'm opening it quick.
Right on. Very good, Dean. It's good news.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm looking forward to what, because we're all knowledge seekers together, I guess. So with that, I'm going to continue on what I've been doing, which is getting my house ready to vacate because I'm moving in a couple weeks. So with that, thanks. I'm going to keep on listening as long as I have a little breath and awakeness in me. Thanks, guys. Peace.
Okay, thank you for the update, Dean. Good to hear.
Dean, I just want to ask before you fall asleep, have you been keeping track of Giani's information that he's been giving? And there are other people also in the agricultural field. Have you been?
Yes, I have. And
yep.
Yes, I have. And one of the presentations that I heard recently was a gentleman out of Vietnam who is working on about an acre of land, and has been there about a year. So yes, I have been, and I've been working with it myself now for several years. And so to have a larger area to be operating in is going to be exciting. And at the same time this is rolling out, it looks like I will be also introducing a mechanized system of producing substrate for, well, growing fungus primarily, and also bioremediation for the soil. And this little machine, which we'll be going into manufacturing of, puts out 40 to 50 cubic yards of substrate a day. And so I'm really excited about all this stuff happening.
Yes, that gentleman was Tan from Vietnam, just to speak his name. And very interesting too, wasn't it? He went on for some considerable time, and very practical, very farm oriented. He, you know, the farmers there don't want to muck around with crazy theories, but when they see results, then they jump on it.
That's the way agriculture tends to be. And it's going to be real interesting as the different knowledges are brought together. We are on a brand new path. We are on a brand new, I've been working in fungus, and it's almost a brand new field of agriculture. And with adding the Gans, and anyway, I'm just excited. I love to see something new being created. And that's where I'm at, excited about the process.
What is this term substrate you used? It'll create 40, 30 yards of substrate? What does that mean?
Okay. First of all, you know what a cubic yard is? Hello?
Yeah.
3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet.
Got it. Okay. And then substrate that I'm talking about would be taking a bio waste product like manure from the wash down of the backside of a dairy, or to take the stubble that's left after harvest of cotton and using that bio waste as a substrate to process. And once a substrate is processed through anaerobic bacteria, it takes and breaks it down where it's weed and pathogen free, but it has been composted in I'm talking about the process that I'm personally bringing to market. In a period of 24 hours, it is changed from a non-composted material into a composted material that is bacteria and weed free. If this material is put within the soil, because when the bacteria that degrades or causes the heat to break down the material and compost it, when the bacteria dies, it has a oxygen shell that is left. With the material plus the oxygen that is within the bacteria that decompose the material, it will take and increase the growth of plants up to 50% in volume and a higher rate of growth, faster. And we have, the studies are already done. All the lab reports are already done. Now, so you can take and use fungus in the substrate, and it can be used either for growing medicinal and or gourmet mushrooms, but it also can be used as a carrier media for different funguses that can be used in building materials or bioremediation, or the releasing of minerals through the action of fungus in the soil in order to make the minerals once more bioavailable. It sets up, so there are, okay, you asked a question about the substrate. Did I answer that question?
Yes.
Okay.
Dean, interestingly enough, just today, I live in a agricultural area, a rural town, and I'm surrounded by sugarcane fields. And just today, they decided to, and they do it regularly every year, every season. They get an aeroplane, a crop duster, and he flies, low over the fields and drops whatever fertilizer onto the
Right.
sugarcane. And I was just thinking it'd be nicer, because we don't know what's in that fertilizer compound that they use and the wind drift and so on. And he's very near the town as he flies. He does his loop.
Sure.
It'd be probably a very good idea that this sort of thing that you're talking about is, brought forward, because, it's a much more benign way of fertilizing and feeding the whatever crops you might want to grow, I think. And thank you. Keep going. Very good.
Well, if I very well may have funding come in the first week of next year. And this particular project is considered a heritage project, or this technology and this, what I'm putting together in mechanized agriculture, will be released on a worldwide basis. It has to be, because it's part of the regeneration energy of the biological system of the earth. If we continue occupying this planet and being able to regenerate a place that's a really beautiful place, and a place that is going to be peaceful to walk in. That's where we're going. That's my wish.
And how does
that's my actions.
How does that wish or that technology tie into the plasma technology that we're familiar with?
Well, number one, it's anything that is being done currently with the agriculture, working with plants that work with photosynthesis, and as far as a means of carbon uptake, if we just take the bio waste that is produced through the increased uptake of carbon through photosynthesis of plants, that increased substrate that is created becomes a gold before any type of plasma science is put within it. Now, I see as a substrate is produced and it is inoculated with a fungus, when the mycelium goes through the fungus, that combination of the biological form of the fungus that is colonizing the substrate. Once it's colonized, if that fungus is made inert through heat, then the material that is made takes and holds within it all of the carbon that had been uptake from the plants. It also will bind any salts that are in there in order to, because when plants, when you water, right, salt is a problem in the soil. And plants do bring up the salts into the what happened through photosynthesis and carbon uptake. And boy, let me think.
I would again say,
well, let me finish.
What's the plasma connection?
Well, if I'm putting within, this is theoretical at this time for me. Now, if I put the liquid that is going to be within the mixture, the moisture, so that the fungus can run, I can put plasma water in there. And I should be able to work with the field forces that will create an environment that is more conducive for the growth of plants. And I should also be able to create building materials through the process that I've explained, and using the field forces of the plasma as part of the matrix of the material in order to, you know, it's like you can put it into paint, you can put it into ink, you can put it, all of a sudden, the whole structure that is being built and grown and then it can be infused with all of the energies of the plasma.
Yes, right. And maybe the other way around too. Maybe the energies of the plasma could go into the fungus and make it kind of be able to replicate faster or better or in a different way that could
I don't know yet.
I don't know. Those fields right into the structure. And in fact, people are making...
I can't imagine it not.
People are making things such as furniture out of fungus now as well. It's basically a building material, right? So...
well, exactly. And
maybe you could grow a chair and really super fast on Gans. You know, a fungus on Gans is like a super fungus and grows into a chair within a day.
Yeah.
And, you know, and then it's done.
That would be great because it takes 14 days now.
Right. Okay. So that'd be something to work toward. Certainly, that's the way I envision the going to space. And you've got this, you know, room with nothing in it. And if you want to sit down, then the chair gets replicated through basically this fungus type technology. And they've shown that you can create any shape you wish, basically, with the fungus structure. And then when it stops growing or dies or decomposes or whatever, it forms this really hard shape. And you can have any shape you wish. Why not grow a chair use it, and then when
Yes, you
it's,
can.
you can recycle it easily, and it's all part of the same materials that just get recycled. So perhaps
What about
And what I bring to the market is the most efficient way of producing a substrate that then can be turned into furniture, building material, food, bioremediation, pharmaceuticals.
I was thinking we could,
As a matter of fact, the process takes out about 80 to 90% of both the energy input and the labor that had been previously required for that. And I'm putting together robotics so it'll all be automatic. And then what we'd have to do is take and put the money or the energies that have been made off of this without the hand of man. Then it gives me the benefit of that gives me an opportunity to put into the infrastructure, the commons, the benefit of the mechanics of the system.
I was thinking you can make a Gans and create a super substrate with a liquid caustic in the substrate. Create the Gans of that and then have it in bottles and maybe around the field in a star formation or something like that to enhance the growing capabilities using just the fields from the bottles of a super substrate like Gans material.
You know, I don't know. I don't know where, I don't know. I know I have bottles of Gans laying all over the place on the property I'm on now, but I seriously don't know what we're going to find. And I like it that way. I do. I love to be pleasantly surprised.
It would be lovely. It would be
blow myself up.
It would be lovely, Dean, if you walk down the rows and pick chairs and tables, already made, and just open up a roadside stall out the front, and there's an honest income. I think wonderful.
Well, one of the things that's already been done, and artists, which I am one of, we go on to the edge of things, and there's an artist who is printing out of straws, waste straws, plastic straws, chairs and things like that. And he takes and has the mycelium in the printing of the plastic. So it's plastic embedded with fungus. And the fungus is a fungus that will produce a fruit body. And its food, or what it breaks down, the carbon that it breaks down, is plastic straws.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, and it's and this guy is three-dimensionally printing it.
Well, here's an interesting idea. What if we printed with Gans materials so that after the page was folded up and thrown away, the Gans materials would actually act as growth agents for that fungus material as the substrate, let's say, and could be mixed in.
Well, that's what happens.
Such things.
That I think is already happening. And when you're talking about the Gans, are you talking about the Gans water? Or are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about
what I
was going to do with my old printer, but I left it outside too long. Was to mix up some Gans in the ink and use it as part of the printing system, basically, to replace some of the ink with Gans. And so you, instead of having three colors plus black, you would have four different kinds of Gans, basically. And you'd be able to select.
You know, a
what you
printer.
want to print. You could lay it on in layers. You could have it as, you know, each color would be a different Gans, essentially. Go ahead.
You know, that's a really good idea. And the company that probably, and I just might do that, Epson has tanks that they're ink tanks.
Yep. And there's refill kits. There's refill kits available that show you how to refill your ink tank. And it's easy to use some alcohol to dissolve the water in the Gans. You know, there's usually water in with their Gans. So you dry it out, put it in, mix it in with alcohol, and use that right into the ink reservoir.
Hi, this is Boris. I like this idea.
You know what I
very
have?
much because so you get a star formation. If you do it right, you have a printing star formation. That's a really nice idea, Rick. I really like this. Oh, by the way, yeah.
And then you could extend that into a 3D printer, and you could actually have a 3D formation of the star formation. And with every Gans, you know, you could have the Gans printed to separate each particle. Basically, each little glob can be separated by a space. So you have Gans space, and, you know, to exactly engineered the way you wish. It's a pretty big idea.
Yeah. Rick, there is three-dimensional printing right now that is able to be done with multiple extrusion nozzles, and it can be done with multiple materials at the size of a human cell.
Yeah. And we also have the ability to print any metal, virtually any metal now as well. Copper is common, and steel, other metals are available. So you can.
And you know what's coming next? What's coming next is where we're able to take the field strengths of those metals and print them out of alchemy. I think a transmutation, that's the next story. I think it's already there. I just think.
But I just got the ultimate,
still occulted from us.
I just got the ultimate idea that just became unocculted to me for the ultimate home. Here it is, the ultimate home device for printing. It's called the Print-A-Pet, and it prints out the pet of your choice into a living organism. How would that be? The Print-A-Pet. Think about it. I should get a trademark on that name. I'd be rich. Print-A-Pet. Buy your Print-A-Pet printer to print out the pet of your choice. You can select all the characteristics, and it can be on-world or off-world. What a huge market that would be. But we're very close to being able to do that right now, actually. They're printing organs with printers. They printed a heart recently and got it actually beating out of heart cells.
It reminds me, I have to say, because I grew up on the Bugs Bunny show, and there was a cartoon about booking into a hotel, and there was a mouse chewing something in the corner, and he had to ring the clerk or the owner, and then they brought in a cat, and the cat got rid of the mouse, and then the cat spread eagled itself on the bed with its claws, and then they had to get a dog in to get rid of the cat, and it ended up with after a number of printer pets, an elephant, and the elephant came in and got rid of the what it had to get, the mouse actually again, and or then they had to put the mouse back in to get rid of the elephant. It's just a very, very funny cartoon. But that's what reminded me, Rick, when you said printer pet, you could use, all right, I've got a problem with something. I'll just print a rodent. Yeah, print a cat, or or even a lion. I've got a problem neighbor. I'll print up a lion and set him loose in the backyard for a couple of days.
Yes, that could be one of the problems with that system. I'm sure there'll be all kinds of lawsuits that way. You shouldn't have printed a crocodile in my swimming pool, etc. But hopefully by the time we have that, our ethos and ethics will also elevate enough that we won't be doing silly things like that. So,
well, there was a time when pet rocks were quite the thing. Do you recall that?
Absolutely, and I was actually sort of part of that in a way. We had a new product in the group I was with. Instead of the pet rock, it was a proto diamond, we called it, which was basically a rock of coal. And the idea is you store it under high temperature and pressure for several million years, and it'll turn into a diamond for you. So this was sort of a Christmas idea. But yeah, the pet rock, that was a person that was basically bankrupt at the time, and they had this inspiration while they're in a hotel room with the last of their money to come up with this pet rock idea. And they had the right contacts, and it really took off, and people, they sold out on pet rocks for that season.
And it always seemed funny that someone could have a rock as a pet, but now we know that the rock or the stone has a soul. So
yes,
so
I have some friends that made the rock into a Zen thing, where you buy this kit that has rocks in it, and you have a recording that you put on, and it says, "Touch a rock." And that's what you do, is you touch one of the rocks, and then it says, "Thank you." And then you wait for a while, and it says again, "Touch a rock." And this is a Zen training thing to clear your mind and just do a simple action out of that place of freedom from your ordinary dimension, and so on and so forth. But yeah, there's a lot you can do with just a simple rock that you would think would be soulless, but once you start interacting with it, I mean, think about it. A diamond, they call it a rock, and that certainly is not something that's soulless. If you talk to the women that consider it very important in their life, and consider it to be alive. So that's just one kind of stone. What we call diamonds are called stones as well, but there's all kinds of emeralds, rubies, you name it, for beautiful rocks that have perhaps magical powers at the same time. Anyway, I think we should get back to Giani, who's offered to give us a little presentation here. And I want to take advantage of that in case he's not available later. So Giani, can you show us what you have there? Giani, can you go ahead?
Yes, Rick.
Maybe before Salome, did you want to say something? I saw the mic come open there. I wasn't sure if you wanted to say something.
Yes, but after Giani, maybe it will be interesting to see what is the link between energy of the pyramids and star formation and amino acid formation. I study something about atom. He was created himself by a pyramid of Earth, and he is a creator of the life on this earth is written there in this document in Egyptian culture and mythology. And I know that all mythology is real, is not just myth, is a reality, but we say that is mythology just to discourage people to search for the truth of creating life. Thank you.
Okay, that could be an interesting topic. We can't
if we
show
can do it, if not, maybe tomorrow, Mr. Keshe, but we have to start today to talk. If
Yeah,
it's
it depends
any
what
link,
you
I'm sure it is.
What document are you talking about? Is it something that's copyrighted, for example? We have to know about what you want.
I found on Wikipedia, so it's mythology is free. We can read about this. It's not yet censored as a mythology, but in each myth, it's a truth.
Okay, well, we can have a look at that, sure, after Giani's presentation.
Yes.
And we have another thing from Dan to have a look at as well. Great, thank you. All right, Giani, go ahead, please. What do we have here? We're talking about your son again, is that what it is?
Da, astăzi vreau ca să prezentăm mai în detaliu din nou soarele, cum îl facem.
Yes, today I would like to present with more details how we make the sun.
Și mai ales cum nanoacoperim tuburile.
And especially how we nanocoat the tubes.
Și am făcut și fotografii cu dimensiunile.
I made photos with the dimensions of the tube.
Și sunt scrise pe hârtie și se pot vedea ușor.
They are written on the paper, and I think they are clearly visible.
Tuburile din imagine sunt din poliamid.
The tubes from the image are made of polyamide.
Un tub care rezistă la o temperatură de 100 grade Celsius. 120.
A type of tube that resists around 120 Celsius degrees.
La această temperatură se poate face o nanoacoperire în mediu caustic la o temperatură de 60-80 de grade fără probleme. Deci nanoacoperirea tuburilor se poate face și cu soluție caustică caldă.
The nanocoating of the tubes can be made with hot solution at around 60 to 80 degrees Celsius.
Ok? Deci aici se pot vedea, acestea sunt tuburile mari.
Here we can see those are the large tubes.
Lungimea tuburilor 72 de centimetri.
The length of the tubes 72 centimeters.
La cel gros, diametru 10 exterior, 12 interior.
At the big one, we have 12 millimeters in diameter, exterior and 10 interior.
Și cel mic, 6 exterior, 4 interior.
And the small one has a diameter by 6 by 4.
Și aici, în imagine, se poate vedea în dreapta.
In the image, you can see on the right.
conexiunea la tubul subțire
the connection for the small tube,
o facem cu un tub de 6 interior, 8 exterior.
we make it with a piece of tube that has 6 milliliters interior and 8 exterior, sorry.
Este scris aici,
Here you can see
în partea de jos.
in the lower side the dimensions,
Iar mai jos am scris nanoacoperire interior.
and lower I wrote nano coating interior.
Am pregătit tuburile pentru nanoacoperire.
I prepared the tubes for nano covering.
Soluția o aveam deja pregătită
The solution I had prepared already,
și folosesc o nanoacoperire compozită
and I use a composite nano covering process,
în special pentru agricultură,
especially for agriculture.
adică în soluția caustică folosesc cu plantele din zonă, în soluție caustică fac nanoplante.
With the plants from the area, I make, and the caustic solution, I make nanomaterials, nanoplants,
Și le introduc în tuburi.
and I add.
Această soluție o folosesc pentru a obține soluția pentru nanoacoperire tuburi.
This is the solution that I use to make the nano covering process.
În imagine avem tuburile cu soluția caustică în interior.
In the image, we have the tubes with the caustic solution inside.
O las pentru 24 de ore în tub,
I leave it for 24 hours in the tube.
după care o golesc și închid tuburile din nou.
After that, I empty them and close the tubes again.
Și mai las minim o săptămână.
And I leave at least 1 week.
Aceasta este o nanoacoperire pe interior a tuburilor.
This is the nano covering process from on the inside of the tubes.
Tuburile, inelele le putem ține într-o cutie cu capacul închis.
The rings, we can keep them in a box, in a closed box.
Și noi aici, având soare, am profitat de soarele din ziua anterioară.
And because yesterday we had sun, we made use of it.
Și le-am pus la soare, o să vedem mai încolo.
And we took the boxes out to see the sun.
Aici am pregătit bilele de ping-pong, care este miezul central al soarelui.
Here I've prepared the ping pong balls that are the center core of the sun.
Introducând soluție caustică în interior.
By adding the caustic solution inside.
Pentru că la acest soare toate materialele sunt nanoacoperite interior.
Because for this sun, every material is nano-coated from inside.
La fel și bilele, după 24 de ore golesc soluția caustică din ele.
The same with the balls as with the tubes. After 24 hours, I empty I empty the solution from them and leave them for at least a week.
Și le las din nou într-o cutie de așa, ok. Aici inelele stau direct, sunt expuse la soare.
Here the rings are exposed to the sun.
În fundal se vede rulota unde locuim.
In the background, you can see, I don't know the word for this.
The car where it's living. Caravan.
Camper?
Camping.
And
Yes.
sometime.
Aici sunt bilele care le-am pus în cutie. Urmează să pun capacul și să sigilez.
Here are the balls left in the box. The next step to add the lid and seal it.
Aici am pregătit și pentru următorul soare.
Here I've prepared for the next sun.
În care toate tuburile vor fi nanoacoperite pe exterior.
Where all the tubes will be nano-covered on the exterior side.
Cum este și bila, de fapt, aici nanoacoperită doar pe exterior.
As with a ball that is also nano-covered only on the outside.
Folosind acești doi sori într-un mediu,
by using those two suns in an environment,
deja doar folosind nanoacoperire diferită,
already just by using different types of nano covering,
am o curgere între cei doi sori.
I have a flow of energy between the two suns.
Este ceea ce am înțeles și am simțit.
This is what I have understood and I felt.
Aici este o eprubetă în care... ok, sorry. Dacă sunt întrebări,
if you have any questions,
legate de soare și pe urmă trec la următoarele imagini.
About the sun, because after that I will move on to the next images.
Okay, I don't see any questions in our other chats here, so go ahead, I guess.
If you speak with microphone close.
Yes, we're still waiting, Giani. I think he's trying to get set up there, perhaps.
Ok, Rick, dau drumul la următoarele foto?
Okay, can I share the next photos?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Aici, în următoarele foto, vedem și rezultatele sorilor despre care vorbim.
In the next images, we will also see the results of the suns that we've talked about.
Am construit aceste domuri în primăvară.
In the spring, we've built those geodesic domes.
Le-am plasmatizat interior și exterior prin pulverizare.
We plasmatized them by pulverizing in the interior and in the exterior.
Am făcut soarele folosind gansurile, exact ce am prezentat un pic mai devreme.
We made the suns just like we presented earlier.
Și am montat.
And we mounted them.
Imaginile sunt magnifice. Aici avem plante de tomate care au ajuns la 3,5 metri înălțime.
Here we have tomato plants that achieved 3,5 meters, 4 meters in height.
Și prietena care are aceste domuri, Lumi se numește, îi mulțumesc.
And our friend Lumi, that we thank her, is the owner of the plants.
A obținut în aceste domuri o recoltă cât nu a obținut în 5 ani pe o suprafață de 5 ori mai mare.
She achieved Dan, can you please help me? Harvest. She harvested five times the amount of tomatoes that she normally harvested on a bigger area.
Și mai mult decât atât, în luna august nu au dat deloc, pentru că nu a avut timp datorită culegerii recoltelor.
And in August, she didn't have time to wet the plants, and the plants had no problem with it.
Luna august este cea mai caldă lună din an aici și temperaturile sunt peste 45 de grade în zona respectivă.
August, the month, is the hottest in Romania, and the temperature can easily achieve 30-40 degrees Celsius.
Fotografiile sunt făcute la sfârșitul lui august, când deja recoltase și pregătise pentru piață.
The photos were made at the end of the summer when the tomatoes were ready to go to the stores.
Aici sunt și ardei într-unul dintre domuri.
In one of the domes you can see we have papers.
Care tot așa au ajuns la o înălțime.
The same, they've achieved an enormous height.
Prietena aceasta anul acesta a cultivat în jur de 250 de soiuri de tomate.
Our friend cultivated more than 200 types of tomatoes.
Nu numai că este mulțumită, dar vrea să continue și să se extindă.
Not only that she's pleased, but she also wishes to continue and to extend.
Mai ales că în zona în care locuiește, datorită temperaturilor, nu s-a făcut nimic în zona.
Especially because in the area that she lives in, nobody was able to harvest anything because of the temperature except for her.
Ok, cam atâta cu soarele și mica prezentare.
Okay, so this is it about the suns and the small presentation.
Și Rick, dacă vrei să comentezi din foto care le-am trimis, te rog să le pui.
And Rick, if you want to comment about the photos that I sent you, please share them yourself.
Pentru că am o problemă cu fotografiile în momentul.
Because I have a problem with the images right now.
Thank you.
Okay, that's great, Gianni. Thank you very much for bringing us up to date on that. And let me see if I can get some pictures up here.
Gianni, I'm happy to see what you did. I knew before that you are concerned and you help people to construct this dome of peace and use the sun created by you. I think that you can be in contact with Ministry of Agriculture in Romania and in other country, because we need now to feed the people with natural healthy food in order to stay in good balance to face these problems.
Salomea?
Do you have some contacts? O să traduc și în română, dar cred că ai înțeles ce zic eu în engleză. Te-am felicitat, mă bucur că ai arătat și altora ce faci tu și ar fi bine totuși să încerci, poate că ai și încercat, să multiplici experiențele astea la nivel național prin Ministerul Agriculturii și să folosiți și fondurile acelea europene pentru agricultură care există și să încurajăm oamenii să-și folosească intensiv terenurile. Encourage people to utilize, sorry, and after I will listen to you. I translate in English what I said. To utilize years at intensive capacity in order to be able to feed many people from Romania, from Europe, and from the world. We have to multiply this experience of dome and of sun explained by our friend from Romania, Giani.
That's exactly what Giani does and what he's been doing for months, basically, to set up different oasis projects in various other places. France, I know, perhaps he can talk about others. Giani, can you explain what you do to promote the technology?
Yes, Rick. În primul rând îi răspund lui Salomea.
First, I will answer to Salomea.
Deja în România, în mai multe zone, am construit aceste domuri și am aplicat tehnologia plasmatică.
First, in many areas in Romania, we built domes and applied the technology.
Deja suntem cunoscuți, se vede ceea ce facem.
Already we are known by people and everybody sees what we are doing.
Și acum lucrăm la un proiect pentru 300 de domuri.
And now we are making the first step for a 300 dome project.
Care nu mai poate fi ignorat.
That can no longer be ignored.
Rezultatele deja nu mai pot fi ignorate.
The results cannot be ignored anymore.
Am participat și la un proiect în Franța anul trecut.
Last year we've participated at the project Oasis in France.
Unde cu o echipă de 15 oameni, cărora le mulțumesc din suflet.
Where with a team composed of 15 people, which I thank from my soul.
Am creat un mediu în aproximativ 45 de zile.
Asta vine o lună și 2 săptămâni.
Da.
We've created an environment in about a month and a half.
Ok, cred că am răspuns la această întrebare.
Okay, I believe I answered Salomea's question.
Thank you, Giani. Very well.
Hassan asking how to get the seeds from this tomato seeds. Halal, Hassan.
Tomato.
Noi luăm semințele în mai multe moduri. Unul dintre ele,
We harvest the seeds in many ways. One of them is
le luăm, desfacem roșia, luăm semințele și le punem în apă plasmatică.
we cut the tomato, we take the seed and we put it in plasmatic water.
După care le luăm și le punem la uscat.
After that, we take them and store them somewhere to dry.
Metoda cea mai ok
The most effective method
pe care am testat-o, am luat tomata și am pus-o la uscat.
that I've tasted, I just took the tomato and let it dry.
Cu tot cu semințele în ea.
With unopened, with the seeds in it, untouched. That just take it from the garden and let it dry.
În general, acest lucru se întâmplă chiar și pe planta mama.
In general, this happens even on the mother plant.
În primăvară doar punem tomata în pământ și avem tomate.
In the spring, we just take the plant it in the soil, and we have tomatoes.
Întrebarea e cum făcea Hasan să intre în posesia acestor semințe din aceste tomate.
Scuze, nu am înțeles întrebarea.
Sorry, I didn't understood.
Yeah, but it's perfect. You give beautiful things there, which I was not expected. You were talking about how you soak the seeds and how you treat it. Perfect.
Ok, atunci spun și metoda cea mai originală.
Okay, then I will say the original way
pe care am observat-o pe parcursul anilor.
That I noticed on the course of the years.
Din fructul care cade.
From the fruit that falls to the ground.
Îl las acolo pe pământ.
I leave it on the ground.
Îl acopăr cu puțin pământ.
I just take a bit of dirt and put it over it.
Și în anul următor iese singură.
And in the next year, the plant just rise from the soils herself.
Nu mai trebuie să mai fac răsaduri.
I don't need to make seedlings.
Este adaptată acolo în câmpurile din zonă și iese o plantă magnifică, un suflet magnific.
The plant is adapted to the fields in the area, and the plant it's beautiful, it's magnificent.
Prima metodă este pentru dăruirea semințelor.
The first method is for sharing the seeds.
Odată cu cunoașterea la care am ajuns și observațiile pe care le-am făcut.
In the same time, I also share the information and the experience that I've accumulated over time.
Cei care doriți semințe, vă rog să mă contactați în privat și dăruim cu plăcere.
Those of you that want seeds, please contact me in private and we share them with all our love.
Și Rick, în această fotografie,
and Rick, in this photo,
este un panou radiant.
It's a radiant panel
făcut din metale nobile,
made with royal metals.
Și în mod normal are un consum destul de mare.
And usually it uses up a lot of energy.
Dar acest consum s-a redus doar datorită faptului că au fost pulverizați pereții.
But the energy consumption has been reduced just by pulverizing the walls with plasma.
Și, practic, pulverizarea pereților plus soarele a dus la crearea unui mediu echilibrat, fain.
So the plasma from the walls and the sun creates a balanced environment.
Și de aici și, ca o consecință, scăderea consumului de energie.
And that is what caused the energy reduction
cu 60%.
With about 60%.
Încă de la montare.
From the beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bravissimo, Giani. Mă bucur pentru că existi. Tot așa, soții, să creezi lucruri utile umanității. Mă bucur.
As Salome is saying, I'm very, very glad because you are and you exist. Please continue with what you are doing, and sorry for translation because someone forget.
Thank you then for helping. Thanks.
În această foto sunt gansurile de bază.
In these photos, we can see the basic Gans kit
care am folosit în soarele pentru agricultură, în domuri.
That we've used to make the sun for agriculture in the domes.
Aici sunt bobinele care le folosim noi pentru reactoare, pentru obținerea gansurilor.
Here we can see the coils that we are using for the reactors.
Care au aproape un an de când stau la nanoacoperire.
And they have about a year that they have set in the nano-covering process.
Le-am scos la soare pentru că urmează să le utilizăm în nou proiect.
We took them out to see the sun because we will use them in the next project.
You have the question.
Sorry, go ahead.
You have the question in the chat. Where you find the video step by step how it's producing this? Asking to Giani.
Încă nu am reușit să scoatem, adică să rezolv hardul pe care aveam filmulețul și va trebui să facem unul nou.
I didn't manage to fix the hard disk with the videos, so we will have to make another one.
Când este gata, vom pune.
When it will be ready, we will add a link to it.
Aici, în foto, este o eprubentă cu Gans din Ocupă o Viață.
In this photo, you can see A bottle with Gans from One Cup, One Life.
Făcut aici la Cluj.
Made here in Cluj.
Și mulțumim Horatiu și familia.
Thank we Horatiu and the family.
Am trimis acest Gans, l-am dăruit.
We shared this Gans, we gifted it.
Lui Nico.
With Nico, my mother.
Și l-a pus într-o sticlă cu apă.
And she just put it in a bottle of water.
Restul se vede în foto.
The rest, the photo tags for herself.
Și m-am bucurat și am fost atent și la straturile care se văd în fundal.
I was glad, and I also watched the layers that you can see in the background.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ric, în foto trimise este și reactorul în care a fost produs. Ok. Aici este bobina înstorită și am vrut să văd dacă reușesc să fotografiez și cum o vedeam strălucitoare.
This is the coil in the sun, and I wanted to be able to catch it as I see it shining.
Este interesant când este mărită la maxim fotografia.
The image is interesting when you zoom in at the fullest.
It's got a strange purple or ultraviolet aspect there at one point too.
Yes, Rick, yes.
Yes.
Eu am văzut toate spectrele.
I saw the whole range of colors
înainte de a face fotografia.
Before I made the photo.
Și am vrut să văd dacă pot să o aduc și în foto.
And I wanted to see if I can bring it in the image.
You are bending the light like a lentil, like a prism.
It does seem like that in order to get that purple color. It's almost like it's at the end of the coil, like it went through the coil in order to develop the ultraviolet there. Interesting.
Is it the exit of the coil where this ultraviolet point is? Giani?
Is the reflection of when you take the picture and you in right angle, you have the diffraction and reflection in the lens of objective, but it's in front. It's between the eye of camera. And
well, it's very nice where it is positioned. If you look at it at the moment, it looks as if it would come out of the coil. So it's created in a very nice way, this reflection. This was my question. It doesn't necessarily look like a reflection if you.
Yes, quite odd.
Read from this, it's a really interesting phenomena, actually. Nice, really nice.
Makes me want to take a picture right up inside that coil, and what would that look like?
Yeah, right. Good idea, nice idea, Rick.
Maybe next sunny day, Giani has the right time and the right place and the right angle.
Yeah.
I wonder if that can
Great.
be replicated. Interesting. Is it a anomaly, a camera anomaly, or is it something that should be looked at? So when you think about it, these coils, as Mr. Keshe has told us many times, there's secrets about the maggrav coils that we haven't begun to have a look at yet. And it makes sense that they can contain plasmatic fields. And that characteristic purple color seems to be a favorite color of plasma. So I wonder. Giani certainly puts lots of the right ingredients and intentions into his constructions, and a lot of work to create the correct conditions. So perhaps a little magic did come through. I'm usually pretty skeptical of camera shots, because the diffractions and deflections and so on of the camera lens can produce lots of anomalies, as they're called. But sometimes you can capture things on camera, similar to sometimes you can capture things on a crystal radio that are definitely anomalies in the sense that they aren't something that is normal for that apparatus. All right, I think that's it for the pictures I have from Giani. There might be a couple of others that I missed, but thank you so much, Giani. Always great to have your input and see what you've been doing, and thanks for explaining everything for us as well.
Can I put a picture, all picture by sun ray passing to the plasma water?
Oh, okay, it's probably appropriate. Okay, explain a little bit about this, Dan. It's in a glass, plasma water, or we can't hear you, Dan. I think your mic's off. I don't think
Sorry?
you can be.
Okay, I speaking with the microphone closed, but you can hear me also. Okay, where is?
We can hear you now.
Yes, but I can see where I am with the photo. Okay, no, because I sharing, but okay, now you can see.
Yeah.
Okay, I put the paper under for seeing better. It's plasma. It's a ray of sun passing to the where I, let's say, recondition the by plasma water in different shape, let's say.
So, okay, go back to that last picture. So the other one. No, the other way, sorry. And then the one with the two cups together. Next one. Next one, I think. Yeah, that one, but it was at a different angle. That one. So the cup on the left is just plain water, is that right? Or is it Gans
No,
water?
you have the cans of gold, let's say gold. It's a golden copper in the bottom, and in the right side you have the, what is, I remember well, it's something aluminium in that time. It's old picture always.
And they're different cups maybe too, so that might
Yes,
be
this is rectangular in the left, and in the right it's circular.
right, so it's a little hard to compare that way. But it's an interesting idea, this idea of putting light through the Gans water or the Gans itself, and having a look at the basically you're looking at what is left after it's been absorbed in, you know, so you'd be able to tell it's a, what do you call it, spectroscopy kind of thing. I think there's even a iPhone application that you could look at that with, and you can tell what materials something is composed of when you can look at the light that's reflected from it, usually. In this
And
case,
this is from
transmitted.
you're looking is passing to the this bottle is from plastic bottle, no, the PET.
Mm-hmm.
It's have the amino acid in top. Is plasmat of I don't remember, deuterium, tritium, and CH3 from one part, but closer you have the CO2 or zinc oxide. It's how really shining is this rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I stopped to because well, it's about let's say refraction, diffraction, and the spectrum of light when you take the picture.
Okay, it's interesting.
I stop sharing. I mute myself or leave space to the other.
All right, if there's no other comments on that, then maybe we can move into what Salomeo was talking about. And first of all, maybe I can show a couple of little videos that we have of simple, what's called the star formation. There's that animation.
And already I imagine when Mr. Keshe is talking about the CH3 and amino acid for interblockade, for not killing, for food, for alimentate, and so on.
Okay, this is the basic, what we might call the basic simple star formation. We see 4 reactors here. They look very similar to the newer Gans reactors from the Keshe Foundation. So I'll just play it through. Okay, that's first one. I've got 3 of them all together here, and we'll have another look at another star formation animation. Oops, wrong one. and play that through. And we see in this video the formation of that, what's called the free plasma in the center, which doesn't have a physicality so much as it's the combination of the fields creates that central free plasma. Okay, and we have one more. This one's called star formation with electrodes. And we'll just play that through. Here we see that free plasma again created in the center from 3 reactors. And once 4 reactors, then we have other points of free plasma that get created.
They're all spinning in the same direction on the bottom?
They were on the other animations. I'm assuming that this would be similar.
You can see the arrow, pink arrow. Yes, it's clockwise if you're looking from the top. And from the peak, you can see it's, let's say, anti-clockwise.
Right.
With the blue arrow.
So we see, it's interesting how the progression happens here. So we have the 3, well, I'll let it play through and then we can discuss it more. This is where the electrodes are introduced to as control operators for the fields.
The empty box of universe.
Well, it's not quite as empty now with all these sticks and balls.
I paraphrase from the empty box of universe, this spherical of Mr. Keshe, not this rectangular green.
Mm-hmm.
The position and the interaction and the way how you move the central point, depending of what interaction you create, magnetic and gravitational, what is strong, what is how and flow the fields.
Yeah, so we see the free plasma created by the 3 initial reactors. And once the 4th reactor, then it creates a free plasma on each of the faces of that triangle, of that pyramid. And since we're trying to connect pyramids to this as well, with what Salamia would like to talk about, pyramids, star formation, and amino acid, you can see that the free plasma is created on the sides of each of these triangles on the sides of the pyramids. And then from those ones, it creates free plasma because of it's a free plasma of the free plasma in a way. And those are the smaller balls we see there. And then they create a free plasma of the free plasma of the free plasma. And it goes smaller and smaller, but more and more toward the center as well. All the smallest balls are right at the very center. And then finally, we see the creation of this larger presence in the very center of everything. And that could be considered to be the free plasma or the soul of this system, you could say.
is needed to paragonate with the 5 cups, which means the soul and the rest in the base when you create the flow. Because the 8 of the pyramid, no, the first, the last soul to create, you elevate or closer to the base by interaction, and you create different interaction.
Yes, I think that's the purpose of these electrodes here, to control that free plasma.
I keep passing to my mind the twinity, the twin. Every star have the twin. The bottom, no bottom line, the equatorial line also in the universe, in all plasma, have the 2 points like twins. One is above the equator line, no interaction, and one is down. It's improperly saying up and down, but I remember when Mr. Keshe is talking about this, and I thinking from this pyramidal, from not pyramidal shape, structure, you can have also in the down part, in the mirror, like an image, you have the twin. One question I put in myself also, when Mr. Keshe saying you don't utilize these 2 cups who I gave from 2 person of the foundation if you're not understanding, when it's all with coils, no, because always we have the point of reference, the plate. We have the cup number 1, let's say plate, zinc, coil, in different manner, for vertical, for horizontal, for material, for gases or liquid. And I thinking if I use in the base these 4, but only the soul cups, yes, cups, and in the top I put in this for have the bidimensional, no, in both dimension. This with only the coil, but it's only my question. It's only my thoughts. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, I'm not sure how that ties into the pyramids and star formation again, but
you have 5 cups.
Mm-hmm.
All is in the bottom. In the center of this quadrat, no, you have your soul, say cup of your soul. This with zinc, plate zinc, nano coating zinc, and nano coating also zinc. And in the top you have 1 cup with all nano coating zinc coils.
So you're saying the bottom reactors here would be all of the cups put together? Is that what you're saying? And the top one's the soul cup? I don't understand what you're saying.
Can I annotate if it's possible?
I think so.
Okay, I will try. You have in the bottom all our cups, no? Cup number, our soul, no? Cup number 1, let's say, it's in the middle. You have also the other 4 cups.
Wait a minute, you lost me already. You put another cup in the middle? Or
This
you mean
in the base?
plasma?
In the base, no. In the base of you have the cup soul of physicality, the inertia, the magraphs of Earth, let's say. In the middle, it's cup 1. And in the top, you have the cup of universal. When Mr. Keshe explained, don't use all the nano coating because you pass into the other dimension. for create this pyramid shape. I am here, me, well, for example. And you have this. I elevate this point from the base. I lose you, okay? The free plasma, it's someone in center, yes, or more or less, depend of my emotion, my elevate of myself. But I am connect with this cup who give me without the point of reference, let's say the plate. It's not important if it's for vertical, for horizontal, or for material, or you have the interaction between this point of top and point central point. And I create here, it's already I drawing too much. You elevate, you raise. I stop because it's better.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Okay, I see Jacko has a microphone open. Did you want to say something? And
yes, if I can add to this, is it possible to share? I have a picture of the last teachings, which I was thinking about last week. Is that okay?
Yes, and I'm trying to tie this in with what Salamia would like to get into, which is the pyramids, the star formation, and amino acid, the connection between those. Okay,
that is connected to that.
Go for it.
How can I get that? It's the first time I do.
Okay, well, you can, you have a picture you want to present, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get it up, get it ready first, have it ready to go, and then do the share screen.
It's already in the...
Is it there?
Right now, no.
I'm trying to get back to that.
1 second. This one.
Okay, that's happening.
Because I was thinking the bottom 4 fields are not exactly like a square. and somehow it came to my mind, this is like a Buddha sitting with his legs crossed. Maybe this is has to do with the position, I'm not sure, but this came to my mind last week when I saw this picture Mr. Keshe would draw. You see the downstairs are not the same distance, and since Mr. Keshe never draws anything without a reason, I was thinking maybe this has to do with our position, how we can connect to the creator.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. Yes,
tell us more.
Well, pyramids do have a speciality with the energies. I think everyone who is interested in pyramids knows that they're not just thumbs to bury some pharaohs or whatever. So this energy is ancient knowledge. And since Mr. Keshe always told this knowledge was on Earth for years and years, centuries, I think this has to do with it, and maybe this connection with the seating, how we sit, how we connect our points of fields. He always says we forget the reactors, we do have to forget the motors inside, so we have to change to a next level. And I also think it is about the change from the physicality to the field world. For the soul moves or lives in the world of fields, and somehow for me this is the connection to that. I don't know how you have it in last times, but I feel more and more connected on the soul level, and this connection also comes into a feeling like a different vibration in my cells. It sounds strange, but it feels like that. It feels lighter. It feels more connected to the fields. And I have the idea that as soon as we all elevate on this level, we can connect much more. And for me, when I saw this picture, it was like, if you imagine the small part in the front of the bottom plate could be the back of the spine from the body, and then the legs on the left and right side.
Yeah.
If you sit like a Buddha, you got this this form, you know.
Yes, exactly. And what is in the free plasma area of that form? What is in the center of that?
Well, if you think about fields, it must be the field of solar physicality. And this is the same. The physicality comes to the solar physicality, comes to the soul. If we want to travel, we have to make the package, like Mr. Keshe says. So how can we pack it in by concentrate it together? And maybe you remember, if you see Buddha, sometimes they have one hand on their stomach and one hand on their breast, and make like a package. So I was thinking, if they concentrate these values, it should be possible to get in a higher level and maybe even to travel with that. Exactly.
Well, like Dan is showing there, but where is the center of that structure? It is in the what we call our solar plexus, is it not?
In that region, it should be.
Which is
but
the central sun, the solar plexus.
Absolutely.
Because that's in between the backbone, like you say, the bottom of our backbone, our knees, which is where our hands would be, and our head. In between that tetrahedral structure, the central point of that would be roughly or exactly in the solar plexus, or what some people might say the heart, but the heart's actually a little higher than the solar plexus, which is called that for a reason. It's the center of gravity of our physicality.
It is, and I think if we really want to make a concentration of everything, if we pack it together, we have to do it on that point. So that is where all the energy comes together. And then if we lift that into our soul, then probably we are able to connect to the fields and travel and whatever comes in future. That's what my feeling says.
Yes, and that solar plexus is an important sensing apparatus, you might say. It's like a feeling mechanism for knowing where we are and who we are.
Absolutely. What is your experience about the connection? I feel it is really difficult to describe, but this group is also it's wonderful to listen to you all, to speak to you all, to feel this connection. And Dean was talking about it several times. I feel it exactly the same. I think this is the start, the seed of the bigger, because if we can do it, we can show the other ones how it functions, then maybe we can be an example to even rise the rest and take the rest with us.
Yes, absolutely. And if we were really good at it, then we could go directly to the source anytime we wish to.
That's the goal.
That's part of the learning of how to do that and how to let go and not letting go too much that you don't come back and that kind of thing.
Absolutely. And I think also, maybe you know the law of attraction, a lot of people are talking about that, but what we attract is where we get to is where our goal is. So if we really attract to this elevation of the soul, elevation is described like the getting to the level of your teacher, is a far way to go. I'm very clear about that, but still it is the way. So if we can go step by step and really go into these fields, feel these fields, is marvelous.
Yes, and if we extend the idea of the diamond a little more here, the diamond structure, which is what this is, the tetrahedral structure, is called the diamond structure, and is what diamonds are actually constructed out of, the carbon structure in its pure form. that is in its diamond type form. It's also got its black soot form, which you can't see through at all and is totally opaque. In fact, it's the darkest, one of the darkest substances is known to mankind. And on the other hand, the diamond is one of the most clear substances known to mankind, one of the hardest compared to soot, which is one of the softest. Look at graphite, for example. It's soft for a reason, so you can use it as a pencil.
Yes.
So we've got, just through different structures, we have totally different characteristics, like virtually opposite characteristics. And there's some characteristics of that carbon that we don't even know about yet, like when that diamond is put under extremely high pressure and temperature, its characteristics change once again, they've discovered. And so if we look at ourselves, we were just looking at ourselves as that diamond structure. And there is even something called the diamond path, which the idea is that as you see, this structure has many facets to it, as diamonds are all about the facets and how the facets are cut.
Yes.
Well, in the same sense, we have different aspects of ourselves, different psychological, or you could say emotional aspects or emotional resonances in a way.
Absolutely.
So one of the ideas on this diamond path is to polish those aspects of ourselves in order to have essentially more clarity, because it makes sense if you polish those surfaces, you'll become like a clear diamond, and that way you can shine or transmit that beauty much more clearly without the anomalies and interstitial abnormal things that would prevent the light from, that would distort the light, let's say.
Yes,
so
yes.
Part of that idea is that how do you polish, how do you make a facet on the diamond? How do you polish that facet? It might be opaque and kind of scratchy to start with. So it takes a polishing process. And there's a saying that it takes a diamond to cut a diamond, but it's not actually completely true, as Mr. Keshe corrected me one time on that. And but if we look at that idea of it takes a diamond to cut it, to polish a diamond, then in a way, if we consider ourselves as diamonds in the rough, you might say, then it's by rubbing shoulders with, or in that, figuratively, but in actuality, rubbing up against the emotional content of other beings. And sometimes often that produces a kind of friction, and sometimes heat, and sometimes these rough edges get ground down, basically. So after a series of times going through with your girlfriend on certain topics, and you both get really upset, and then maybe next time you're a little less upset and you're trying to understand each other, and maybe at some point you come to an understanding and it becomes clear between each other, and you can understand the other's aspect that was being viewed at. And through that friction process, it becomes a beauty to look at, rather than something that was dark and not particularly something to that you wanted to show, or maybe it was just something that hadn't been brought out into the light before. So we have that.
Some call it love.
Yes, well, that is the process. It is the process of going back to source, and that process is always following the path of love, because that's the way to get there. If you're lost, just follow the love, and that'll take you back to the source.
It's also the only energy we can take with us when we go to space.
Well, that's
Without
an interesting idea. It might be the only energy available in space.
exactly.
Another way too.
Yes, and what also came to my mind, if you take the diamond and the prisma of the light, the drawings before, is the same as the colors of the rainbow, and I think in totally it connects the dots between those fields around, and maybe this structure is already there, and we only have to tune into it with the right energy frequency to activate it.
Yes, or
Probably.
perhaps there's ways of activating that crystal structure as opposed to, like, we could think of ourselves inside of ourselves. Perhaps we're more like sooty carbon, dirty carbon, rather than the crystal structure. And this might be because of the way we lived our life, or our attitudes, or our environment, or other factors that we haven't been polishing the diamond, or we don't know about that path of polishing those aspects of ourselves. And maybe we've avoided that because it can be a little painful to rub up against others and go through that process of tolerance, basically.
Yes.
And it's been said before that love isn't all this exotic stuff that humans come up with. It's very simple. It's simply tolerating the manifestations of others.
Yes.
If you think about it, most of us can tolerate our friends quite easily, or most of their manifestations anyway, because we've naturally associated with the people we can tolerate through our life. But most of us have somebody that, especially in these groups, because we get such a variety of people and so on, there'll be someone that when they talk will just irritate your nerves. It's like grinding on the nerves. I don't know how anybody can stand this person, like, and then
in the beginning,
someone else will think, well, gee, that's nothing. You should hear my wife, or they'll just, someone else will be aggravating to them because of their social conditioning and so on. They had trouble with their father or whatever. So someone with their fatherly voice might irritate them or whatever. It's different conditions for different people that way. So in any case, if we can learn to tolerate those manifestations, that's what that unconditional love is about. Otherwise, it's conditional. You can tolerate everybody in the world, but there's that one person that gets underneath your skin. Well, that's not unconditional love. That is conditional, because you've made a condition that that person is not to be tolerated. It just provides too much irritation. So, that's where our work comes in. That's where we get to work on ourselves.
Absolutely.
To find that place where we are tolerant and can come to an understanding that's a higher understanding than what we were at before.
Yes.
So that's where this diamond little structure can provide some clues on how to do that, I think.
Exactly. And what also came to my mind is children who were born after 2000. They call them crystal childs, and they already have this diamond structure inside. And I think, a lot of them are already activated, which we from the older generation maybe have to change our structures first before we get ready to do that.
Good point. And also another thing that came to mind is I heard a statistic, or I read a statistic recently about the calcification of the pineal gland when we were looking at that a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
And I just happened to notice this statistic that 80% of the young adults, 18, 19 years old, 80% have extensive calcification of the pineal gland.
Okay.
And that would explain a lot of things.
Yes.
And how difficult it is for people to elevate themselves and to grow up in the conditions that we have that create that calcification process, including the environment, the foods, and other things that are all part of our not quite perfect lifestyle as humans and so on.
Yeah.
So
then maybe Corona still has a positive thing.
Well, remains to be seen. It does produce this calcification process. So perhaps we will find out through all this how to eliminate that calcification process, and so retain optimum health just through that very thing itself.
I think the thing is so complex. And yesterday when Mr. Keshe was talking about if they use it for good, it is okay, and not if it's using for bad, then we have to act and react. Yeah, it's a very big spectrum we're talking about.
Yeah, and who's to say what's good and what's not good?
Difficult.
Is good if it's more than, if it's 51% of the people benefit from it, is that good?
Yes.
If
For the other ones,
49% die, but 51% is good.
Yeah. Exactly.
So this good bad thing is highly overrated in terms of dichotomies. Is the Republican Party good or bad? Is the Democratic Party good or bad? Which one's good and which one's bad? And it's
don't judge to be not judged.
When you start judging, then it's a one-way street, and you're in big trouble real quick.
Yes. Another thing, I had the feeling last week when I'm listening to the teachings of Mr. Keshe. I think he started the process. He always thought we have to learn to drive the car. Until now, we are more talking about how to connect the battery to the computer, to the lights, to the car itself. And then I have the feeling that he starts now to put us behind the wheel and to tell us how to drive this car. And step by step, we come further to this.
Well, that's a good and really good analogy, and that analogy has been used in esoteric groups and so on. It used to be the horse and buggy, and whether you were the driver of the horse and buggy or whether you were a passenger in that horse and buggy. And the same with the car. Are we a backseat passenger in the car and think that we're driving, or is our physicality driving the car and it's swerving all over the pathway and doesn't really know where the path even is, and so on and so forth.
First the teacher, then the driving.
First the teacher, then the driving. Yes. It's good to have driver training before you get into the car and floor it, especially some of the new cars that are 400 to 1,000 horsepower.
Yes.
And that's, this teaching is a high horsepower teaching as well. And once you know certain things, it gives you a lot of potential, a lot of the knowledge could be misused if we weren't taught how to activate our own ethos and soul at the same time. That's the whole idea in a way, and what's necessary.
And with the elevation, I think we come to this level where we don't have to worry about abuse or because it's not possible anymore. If you really get to the field, to the soul, it's not allowed. It's a universal law that is not allowed to abuse. And that's why I think it's so important to do it in the next months, in the next times, that we can go forward.
Mm-hmm.
Very important.
Recognize that what you thought of as the other, it turns out to be you. Your soul's the same as my soul, and so on. And
we are all connected. We are one.
Why would you hurt your own self, basically?
Exactly.
Like looking at yourself in the morning and punching yourself in the nose. Why would you do such a foolish thing? So
that's the end of violence.
Why would you even kill a mosquito in that sense? Because it is you. You identify with it as being you, the same as your soul, and it has a right to carry on its life. And generally, by the time you accept all that, it just flies away. It doesn't bother you anyway.
Well, maybe we should turn it around. If we got to the situation where we can feed all the souls with the energies necessary, the necessary of biting, of stitching, of anything will disappear. And this is what I also think that is so important. In the next weeks, we will learn how to do this, how to supply our energies on all levels of Earth, of the universe, and that's why I hardly can wait, because this will be the key to the success to survive for humanity, in my eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you feed everyone, why should the lion eat the lamb? He can sleep beside it. And of course, this is hard to understand, because in our physical world, we need to buy some food. We need to keep the machine running. But if we know the fields, and that's why I say it's physicality and it's the soul. The physicality is in the now, in the 18, 19 years we have on Earth, but the soul is in eternity. And as soon as we release this knowledge in the eternity, everything becomes in a completely different light.
True.
And that will open up a lot.
Although the habits die hard. I'll give you an example. I've got a bit of a almost like a farm situation happening at my place. The neighbors got chickens and they come over to visit, and there's a turkey and roosters, and they come over and crow and weird times of the day. And so I've got a cat that comes over that visits, and a dog, and so on, all from the neighbors, right?
Yes.
So the cat comes over, and I've got birds and the bird feeders and so on, and the cat stalks the birds. Okay. So if but I don't want to, I like the cat, and I'm friendly with the cat, but she just likes to stalk birds because that's what cats do.
Yes.
And so what I try to do is I feed the cat, and I think, well, if I feed the cat, then she'll be full and she won't want to chase birds, right? According to your theory.
Makes sense.
That's theory. It doesn't account for the habits that people and cats have, and birds, that even after that cat is fed, the first thing it wants to do is go and sit by the deck and look at the birds and get into stalking position and
still wants to play.
Still wants to play. Well, plays pretty seriously, according to the birds. The birds all let each other know, and they take off for a while, and so on and so forth. But I'm realizing that it's very difficult to maintain that balance.
Absolutely.
I feed them. I start feeding the birds. I haven't done that in years past. This year I've got little bird feeders and put out bird seed and so on. So it naturally attracts birds. I think this is wonderful. I've got all these birds coming around, creating my oasis. Well, when I create the birds, that's when the neighbors' cats show up, both the cats, and they'll hide in places and start to stalk the birds, and they'll find some feathers one day and go, oh, something bad happened here. And so then I think, well, I'm creating this situation where birds are going to die because the cat's here. So do I invite the dog over to make sure, keep the cat in line and keep that going? And then there's the thing between the deer and the dog, and they've got a thing there against each other, and so on. So that's a good thing. I'd love having deer around, but they ate all my complete garden that was on my deck. Walked up the stairs of the deck and ate everything in one night. And so this is the strangest planet Earth. They're trying to balance all these hungry critters. How do we do it? Because even when they're satisfied, they still have the habits to do what they do. And that's
at the moment,
true of kind as well. So we have to change the habits in order to get down to the roots of what it is that drives us in a way.
Absolutely. A lot of steps to go.
Yes, indeed.
But didn't Mr. Keshe also say that the Universal Council got specialities for these jobs to do, or to change the habits and everything? When I remember right.
Well, yep, that's part of what's going on for sure. And a lot of it is just presenting the knowledge about the soul and the interactions and how to behave in different ways, and this idea of thinking good and talking good and doing good, and really basic
First you
human living stuff.
First you need the tools, and then you can start working.
Yes, and
in a way, still is great.
Absolutely, it's really the only game in town in a way. If you look at it, the elevation game, or between elevating oneself and others, what could be better?
Absolutely. What you radiate out comes back. So if we work on our souls, it must change the environment too around one. Definitely.
Absolutely. Okay, I wonder if Salamia is still with us here. Do you want to, you wanted to show something in regards to the pyramids and star formation and linking it with amino acids? Still with us, Salamia?
You lose.
She just left.
Hopefully
she'll be right back.
Okay, we'll see.
We are going to the instrument musical device and similitude with plasma.
What do you mean, Dan? Musical device.
Musical device. Preamp, amplifier.
Oh,
the generator.
Want to have a look at that now? The circuit, you mean?
No, depend of yo.
Well, Salamia seems to have disappeared here. I'm not sure if she's going to come back. So maybe we'll have a look at that. We'll get back to the integrated circuit concept that came up before. And Dan, do you want to present that, or do you want me to? The pictures.
How you feel it? Because we are talking crystal radio, okay? Not in other terms, or it's let's say undercover. When I'm talking about the similitude, let's say the paragonate, the tremolo and bass effect from instrument musical, let's say guitar, no, electrical, and what it's about in that post, because I say also to Jalal, verify a little bit information regarding, because it's a notice that this circuit amplify operational circuit with I don't know, triggers, let's say generator of tones of frequency, or preamplification of the signal and the other things. It's because for me it's when you say I use half a volt, no, of your body, for example, in that position, and I know you cannot use this small amount of voltage. When you have the circuit, it's at least 5 volts, but notice this is the problem. It's how it's embedded this story regarding the similitude between the function of this operational circuit and what is the purpose of this post. And now, if you want to, let's say what it's about. You have the operational circuit integrate. This is a preamp of one instrumental device, no, generator of tone, for creating, let's say, different frequency, different harmony. You have an entry and you have the exit of this preamp. In previous, it's not important. But if you look in the plasma way, no, for creating with nano coating materials, how small you can make it. You taking one drop of Gans or the other for creating the diode, transistors, capacitors, or for create this function.
Yeah, except in the link for that that Russian post or whatever it was, they're talking about like it was a big chip that would never be able to be in the micro size, right?
Yes, because when you explain this,
they borrowed a circuit like this one from a musical instrument to make the comparison. And I think that's where the scam came in, and it's a cover up basically for something else that the Russians or somebody else put out as a distraction, that there might actually be a microchip in the vaccine, or that they are covering it up just to just because they want to make fun of it as a joke, kind of, that they show the circuit as a musical instrument circuit with an input and output, and even talk about a foot switch that you can put in and so on. That's part of the nano circuitry, but that's not the way they explain nano circuitry. It's not in terms of the integrated circuits, because they're way smaller. So I don't know. It seems like they are trying to distract us with that post to think about it as something that's a sort of a big clunky integrated circuit like you would find in a musical instrument device.
like a concept, yes. This post is from one guy from Romania. He's posted, and I asked him, please put the reference from the Russian or whatever, because it's only the one thing. How we think, beautiful story create between this. Yes, it's paragonate. How you can create something like that. Uh, Regarding the preamp, you pick the signal in certain manner. It's not important. Wave from emotion or for the other things, you can pick. No, with AAG, you can pick your signal for your heart, your brain, or etc. What you are doing with this signal, no, you are increase. For example, you can generate the other frequency like a carry frequency. You are mixing, and you can command, let's say, the frequency is paragonate with this amplifier and generator of tones in the instrumental, because when it's saying search is very, very, how to say, it's not easy to buy this circuit because you don't finding and I say, oh, this is a basic 555 circuit for creating the trigger and everything else. Okay, you miniaturize. Okay, it's okay also. You create the source for alimentate this. Yes, our cell produce a lot of energy. You can pick between, I don't know, inner membrane of the cell and outer membrane of the cell. You can have a chemical and also electrical source, let's say. You are already alimented to the circuit. You have the signal, you have the way of modulate, let's say. In base, yes, is, but how is creating in that manner for to creating this, let's say, nano? The story for me is not valuable. I have a lot of point of, let's say, regarding how is put it this story. But in essence, yes, you can create something. We are actually this device. We are the amplifier. We are the emitter, because when you emit some emotion or some feels, the other receive, and also is vice versa. It's returning with feedback. You can modulate, no, your emotion by what you are thinking, why you are speaking with your emotion. You already modulate. You elevate also or not. It's the way how it's putting. When you put it in the front, the Russian is creating something similar. For me, is not okay. If you say, I thought these things, or I think in that way, it's just my opinion, point of view. Okay, I agree. But I disagree when you try to not disinformate the people, the person who is capable to see the circuit, electrical circuit. It's one thing, but from one is not going to school and knowing very much of diode, circuit, and other things. When you are embedded in this way, you create the panic, the fear. But I already talked too much. You want to continue with the second, where you have the switch of frequency. You want to read the post for understanding the other person what it's about.
Let me see if I can find that again here.
It's in the Romanian writing, and it's needed to mention for not mattering, or again, the disclaimer. It's only one opinion of one person, or let's say it's my experience or it's my opinion for this point of view, for not creating the. Perhaps somebody else have something to saying about this. If you want, I can read. Ouch.
Not sure which picture I'm supposed to present here. There's about 6 of them or something, and
I present the circuit TL.72 is the circuit who has the 4 amplifier operational, like say circuit. I see the voltage for alimentate this when I search in the for this, but I want to read the post of this guy who is posted the what is saying, and I is needed to search in the Facebook. You can post what circuit you want, all the picture if you want, but I search in the post.
this is one of the pictures, and that shows the kind of chips that we're talking about here. The little feet on them, like you can see, this one in particular has 8 feet on it. And that's the
okay.
555 timer that Dan was talking about. There's another one over here with 8 feet, TL072, and so on and so forth. They're all, they have those circuits built inside of them, all the transistors and diodes and resistors and so on are built into that.
The discrepancy, for example, is here, no? When in the previous schematic you have the 4 operational piece. Perhaps it's utilized the 2 components. Here you have only 2 amplifiers in this TL0072, what is referring of this circuit. Okay.
Okay.
Dan, Rick, it's Dean here. Can I just ask a quick question? So those circuits you're showing, those chips you're showing, how, what size are they and what size can they be produced?
That chip that you see here, for example, that 555 is a little smaller than what you see in the picture, more like the top picture there.
You have the picture also with the size of pins and the circuit. It's showing how big it is in the millimeters.
Okay, Dan, thanks. It's just that main picture. It's unless you blow it right up, it's quite a detailed picture to actually to view from. Lots of information on there. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, the thing is, it's all this is big stuff. This isn't something that they put into a vaccine or something like that. But we're just working with the concepts of what these do rather than the actual circuit. These are far too big to inject yourself with, be injected with.
Okay, thanks, Rick. I'll speak to you again a little bit later on. If you're still going, I'll come in. I'll let you guys continue. Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Yeah, hey, Rick, can I come in here with something?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I got a couple of things. I got some pictures I'd like to show of some reactors that might be relevant to what we were talking about before. But here about, I think these are straw man arguments that they're putting chips in these particular versions of the vaccines so that they can be dispelled. People believe that, and then it turns out that it's false, and then it's reinforced. It's a legal trick, you know. It's to bait people. I think that.
Yeah, that's what I think's going on with this particular post. Yeah.
But in reality, they have already developed at Bill Gates's request at MIT. I forgot the professor's name. They've already got a new type of version where you get injected with, you don't get injected with a needle. They put like a little patch that's got a bunch of little needles in it in a certain configuration, and then they push that into your skin, and that releases the vaccine. Yeah, it makes an invisible equivalent to a tattoo that can be read by your cell phone or 5G. So they've already developed these, but these are not the ones that are coming out on the market now. The ones that are coming out on the market now, they're saying you need 2 jabs, most of them, and then that's good for 6 months and you have to come back. So they're getting people in the habit. Every 6 months you have to go back and get a new vaccine. So in a year or so, when they say, hey, we got one that can just be updated online, so you just have to go once, get that, and then have your phone updated like, you know, you update your Windows operating system. It just automatically updates for you. And so I think that's where they're going, to be honest. And they've already developed it. So that's kind of a little bit scary. But, and I mean, they actually already have that. MIT has developed that.
Mario, it's Dean again. Can I just ask a question to you then? So where do you think this is ultimately going? What do you think, what's the purpose? What's the function?
I want to get this in trouble here. I don't think it's good, but you know, I mean, this is the Keshe Foundation. This is the solution to all of that. So focus on the solutions, not on that. But I mean, about this, I think this is like a red herring. It's a straw man argument. They give you something that can be easily disproven so they get enough people to believe that these kinds of chips are in this vaccine, then they can prove that it's not. Then everybody says, oh, well, that vaccine must be perfectly safe, right? Well, no, that's doesn't necessarily mean just because they didn't put this in there. The whole RNA vaccine thing is, well, it's never been tried ever. And it's being, it's pre-approved, so, and the companies have no liability. So, I mean, I would do like Bill Gates did, invest all my money in vaccine companies because they're going to make a lot of money, or making a lot of money. But I don't have any money to invest. If I did, I wouldn't anyway. But that's. But can I show you some experiments I'm doing? And
yes, please.
This actually, I've got a circuitry for a new radio thing, but I'll show that next time. I got the parts assembled. Still doing a little bit of nanocoating. I'll have it assembled by next week. So I have something to show with that and show you the circuitry, what I'm thinking, and then find out if it works and if it doesn't work, why. So, but I got these other experiments. I've been doing this for years. I've showed before here, but if I can share a screen, let me get one of these pictures. Okay, here's one. There's the first one. You seeing this? Right? You can see?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. First, I made a Gans of gold in a regular Gans way to make gold, or any Gans. So I had a nano-coated gold and a non-nano-coated gold with a wire and the salt water. Now, I made some of the gold, and you see this bottle in the back, that's got some of the Gans of gold. It's sitting on a plastic bag that has dry gold. Then what I did was I decided to try this just proof of concept here. All right, I have these these are made of these bamboo. I found these bamboo chopsticks. It's like $1.50 for 50 pairs of them, yeah? So I made these two little tetrahedrons here, right, with this little bamboo, and that's actually dental floss that they're hanging on, yeah? And this little frames. Okay, so here's what I did. I made those two frames, and I wanted to get, I wanted to make sure that the speed of the rotation of these were the same. So I took 2 pieces of cotton and I cut them up evenly for both sides. So both reactors had the same thing in them. I cut it into 4 different size pieces, from a bigger piece to a smaller, smallest. Probably the equivalent of around 10 milligrams in the heaviest to maybe 1 or 2 milligrams in the smallest piece. I just soaked those into the gold Gans and stuck them into the corners of these. And the wet Gans stuck to the bamboo, so I didn't need to use hot glue. I mean, I made them, I stuck the corners together with hot glue, but I didn't need to do any of that. They just stuck right there. So I have on the right, so here's the way, and so both of these have these 4 different amounts of Gans material stuck in the corners, right? So I'm trying to create a rotation of the fields. So the question is, which way to make yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's cotton. But yeah, there's little bits of cotton on there.
Hello, we're not hearing you, Mario. At least I'm not.
I'm not.
Something happened there. Somehow we got cut off with the audio.
Not only the audio, like an image, because I don't, it's not able to erase what I drawing.
Okay, somehow it's a glitch in Zoom there. Okay, I think Mario will be back shortly. He just left.
I am back. I just want to thank you for a lovely presentation, Rick and all other people. It was enlightening, and we have to think more about the pyramid, which encrypts many secrets, secrets of life, how the life was created, and also who created, the direction of creator and the way how was created. Thank you. It's up to us to discover all this.
Okay, thank you, Salmia.
Hi, Rick. I got thrown out of the meeting there somehow. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it was strange.
The internet connection very.
Let's go back. Let's go back to your picture there and see what happens.
Okay. All right, you see it now there. Okay, so what I'm looking at is trying different rotations. So I have this one going around horizontally, right? Did you get that? How far did I get cut off? You saw I put 4 different amounts of Gans material in each corner, creating a gradient flow. So I put a horizontal flow going, looking from the top down counterclockwise. In this one, I went 1, 2, 3, and then 4 on top. So I got a rotation that goes like this here, right? Now, this is a bucket of salt water, right? I took a couple of drops of the liquid Gans and dropped it into here, just a couple of drops. I always do that, I seed it, right? But it's basically just a bucket of salt water. And it's been producing Gans faster than my original gold kit, right? The original Gans kit. So I tried this rotation. Now I showed this to Mr. Keshe a while ago, a month or so ago. And he said, okay, leave this setup. I've actually moved these in. Right, well, this one's got an upward rotation coming in this way, and this one's going around horizontally. So the idea I was thinking was to have them scraping against each other in the middle of this bucket and raining down the Gans material into the bucket. And it's producing, like I said, it's producing faster than my original with these 2 little rings on it, right? So that was the first experiment. I wanted to start experimenting with this, but Mr. Keshe said, don't change this one. So I left this set up, right? So I'm gonna put a different picture up now. Well, I'm not sure those numbers the way you're, see the Gans here is just feeding this, right? And it's dried Gans and liquid Gans. It's feeding this here. And this is producing pretty well. So, okay, so I'm gonna put a different picture up here, show you the next experiment I did. When I got enough more Gans, I did this one. Okay, you guys hear this picture. All right, now here's what I did. The original Gans kit was not producing very much. Oops, I lost my picture here. I think you're seeing it, but I'm not. Yeah, this one, okay. So the original kit was not producing very much. So I put 2 more reactors here on either side of this one to see if I could enhance the Gans here. But I tried a different rotation. So in this one, I have the horizontal rotation the way I did counterclockwise. But in this one, I put a horizontal rotation going clockwise. So now I've got this one going like that and this one going like that. And here's my nano gold here and here's my regular gold here. So I've got this sort of through going through the center. Now that increased the production here, but then I decided to take these, like you see on the sides here, these 2 buckets of salt water, just plain salt water. I actually moved them. They're more or less here and here, more or less underneath the reactors. I moved these reactors in a little bit so they're overlapping. So this reactor is actually about here, And this reactor is about here. And they're sort of overlapping the buckets and this center bucket. So they're really close together here. And both of these buckets are producing faster than the original one that I have, which is down on the lower shelf here, you can't see. Right, so using a different rotation, right? And now I've got 3 buckets. So I've got actually 4 buckets producing this Gans material with only just these 2 little pieces of metal, right? With this, just see, so it's the same thing as putting a ball with Gans material in it and spinning it, right? But no motors, right? So I wanted to see, and it's producing Gans in all 3 of these buckets. This back here is got just some regular Gans in it back in here, right? So this plastic bucket's just got distilled water with some Gans in it, right? So I did that. Then I thought, okay, let me try it with a different Gans material. So I stopped share and show this other picture. Yeah, here, okay. Okay, so now this one. Now I set this up about 3 or 4 days ago. And this one, what I did was I put a rotation. Both of these are horizontal, counterclockwise. So this one's going like this. Like I'm getting this figure 8 now. Now I wasn't sure, maybe that's better for producing the Gans material. Maybe it's worse, maybe, but it turns out that it over the past 3 or 4 days, this picture I took a couple of days ago, there's a little bit you can't really see in these, but now there's enough you can actually see. I should take another picture. Both of these buckets on the side, it's just salt water in there. I seeded it with just a tiny bit, really just the water of this Gans. Right, and it's producing, in the middle is really increased production, and in both of these sides it's increased production. So I sort of proved the concept to myself here, the different ways of having rotation. Well, no, I don't think that that's what's happening there with what you got there. What you do have is this one going, is still, you know, the nano here to the non-nano here is going in this direction. But these fields, right? I mean, even without these metals, I would be producing Gans in all 3 of these. But I've got these like this. So now I want to start doing more controlled experiments. But one of the reasons I wanted to show this, well, no, I don't see what you're drawing on there. It's not really. What I have is
the orange of Alex. The putting the orange, the fill of the orange from the top inside your pyramid, inside of underneath.
Yeah, but one of the things I wanted to show here is how I can get this kind of controlled rotation of the fields without any spinning motors or anything. Don't need, this is the equivalent of a ball with a motor spinning the Gans material, but it's more controllable, right? And I can have horizontal rotation, vertical rotation. Now, what happens if I make them both? What if I put a star formation of these, put another third one here? Yeah. Now, what I plan on doing, like I put another one here, yeah. And then this would be the equivalent of the top reactor, where it would be upside down, so it'd be below this, and these 3, right? And what way should I do this? Counterclockwise, most likely. Okay, but what happens if I put it clockwise? Would it increase the speed of production, slow it down? What is causing the increase? Is it because they're going in opposite directions? I think what I want to do first is I'm going to take some of this Gans out of here. This is producing, wash it, and double the amount of Gans here and here. Just on the highest, the heaviest one. That should double the speed of rotation. So keep everything the same, but see if doubling the speed of rotation doubles the increase, maybe a third faster or half as faster. Maybe there's a possibility that when you reach a point of diminishing returns, that it's not about how fast it goes. Maybe putting a third reactor here that's slower, plus these two are faster, this kind of thing. These are the kind of questions I really want to ask. And I'll start doing more controlled experiments with this, right? But I'm really looking at, if I go counterclockwise here, how does that affect the production? This seems to be the best production so far, right? If I had vertical here going like this, and then horizontal going like that, it was producing just in a bucket of salt water, but not quite as fast. How much is the effect of this with the actual metals in here having here, considering I don't have a bucket of the CuO Gans here? So these are feeding these guys as well. See, these are all really interesting questions. I will find out, over the next month or so, with different experiments, trying different Gans materials, trying different rotation speeds, different directions, how they interact with each other, right? Put a third reactor, make these star formations, that kind of thing. Is that kind of cool, isn't it? Making Ganses here. Anyway.
Mario, hi, it's Dean here. Mario, I've got lots of experiments where I've been doing the same thing. With the motors, I've been doing clockwise and anti-clockwise, putting them both anti-clockwise and then changing it. And I have noticed, funny enough, when I've done it, I've noticed emotional shifts in people around me. So they're having an effect. I've noticed this. So producing Gans and stuff, I know it will do that as well, because I've put various experiments with the different Gan in star formations and things, and they all have an interaction. Everything you do has an interaction. So yeah, I can imagine all those questions you just asked. We need to keep asking. We need to keep experimenting until we find that one moment that that basically takes that plasma and ignites it and moves it forward.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things. I was thinking about that because I see a lot of people still using the motors. This to me is much more efficient. Yeah, and no motors, so you don't have all of the extra fuels that induces and all the rest of that. And the other thing is, I'm not doing this to make Gans. I mean, it's true, I chose the CuO because I got another experiment that I need this for, and it was producing so slow. I thought, well, okay, I'll do this because I do need this Gans. But see, like emotional reactions with people is not something that's a qualitative or quantitative measurement, where the producing of Gans is something I can actually measure, right? If I can measure how much Gans is this producing now, if I double the speed of rotation by adding twice as much to the heavier one, then does that increase the production? Does it slow it down? It's something quantifiable to measure, right? That's the real reason to do it with the Gans materials, right? I mean, yes, you can feel differences, but it's hard to measure that. I actually said to Mr. Keshe about these kinds of reactors that they don't look like they're doing anything. And he gave me an example. He says, well, we did this experiment. I won't go into it. It's on another level beyond anything I could have even thought about. But he said, you have to find ways to get tangible results so that you can, in a tangible way. So this is part of what this experiment's about. It's what the whole experiment is about. Yeah, I can just take a bucket of salt water. I mean, this could be really 3 buckets of salt water, which I think I will do next, right? If I get rid of the metal here, will these still produce on the sides, right? I mean, I'm sure they will. If they, once that starts producing here, if it'll produce here, it'll produce there and there. How much? Yeah, I still probably need to have some Gans to feed it. I think that's what's happening here. This is feeding these guys, right? There's also another thing. Whenever you're using gradient flow, like the heaviest one here is feeding whichever one is the next lightest one here. At some point, this is balanced. So right now I've got these rivers of energy, right? But pretty soon, or I don't know how long it'll take, it'll just turn into a standing pool of energy. In other words, the heaviest one will have fed all the others, and they're all balanced. And then now I have a standing pool, and now it shouldn't produce at all, right? So now what? If I get rid of all the gas materials that I have here, put a few drops of it in maybe in each one, will that drain these reactors, right? So now I can use the gas materials to drain the reactors to make sure they keep operating, right? This kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Mario.
Yeah.
May I annotate on your screen while you're talking?
Sure. Oh, you're going to ruin my beautiful artwork. Just kidding. Let me clear my scribbles there.
Keep talking, please.
Greg, if you're speaking, we're not hearing you.
I thought Mario was supposed to carry on.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there's so many questions and there's so many possibilities with these reactors, just with two, speeding up one and leaving the other the same, putting a third reactor, maybe even making a star formation with 3 base reactors and hang another top reactor up on top here and just 3 buckets. How about putting 4 buckets? Maybe put a third bucket here, here, and here, make a star formation of buckets with the 2 reactors. Yeah. You know, there's so many possibilities here, but at least there's a tangible way to measure what's happening. Now, again, for the purpose of producing Gans materials, this works better than that, or that works better than this, and this is the optimal beyond this, or whatever. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's right for any other application as well. But at least I can get an idea here of much better idea of what's happening with these reactors and how they're interacting with each other. Yeah. So I'm seeing a lot of letters here that I don't know what they mean.
Left size, upper size of left from you. And Elias, you don't have we don't hear you. It's open the mic, but we don't hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Yeah, we're not able to hear you, guys.
It's interaction between 2 plasma, left side and right side, and I think it's about the view from the lateral side and upper side.
Okay, sorry everyone.
There we go.
Can anyone tell me what I have drawn here? It's just a bunch of labels. I haven't drawn any shapes. I just want to see if you guys are able to imagine what I have here.
The twin souls, the Trinity.
Yes, it is very, very similar to that. It's actually a part of the human anatomy in a mammal.
The brain, and not only. The
It could
symmetry
be.
of body of the.
It would
Could be a
be,
brain, yes.
be the heart, actually. The
Yes.
left ventricle, right aorta, and left aorta, I believe, or
Thank
something
you.
along that line.
Thank you. That's exactly what I had in mind. And Mary, I just want to point out to you is you have a very, very close approximation of the human heart here. And I will just explain. Can you see my mouse? I don't know if you can see the mouse. Maybe you can't see it. That's okay. All right. On the right side, I have the right ventricle. And on top, sitting on top of the right ventricle, I have the right atrium. On the right, on the other side is the left ventricle, and of course, on the top is the left atrium. All right. The line in the middle is the septum, and the septum separates the right ventricle from the left ventricle, and so it acts as a barrier. Thank you. And so essentially what you have here, Mario, is a very, very close approximation of a human heart. And the flow of the fields that you have is also very, very similar to what the heart does in the human body. And as you can see here, I drew on the right side P1. P stands for pressure, and V stands for volume. And we all know from medical science that there's variances in the pressure between the two ventricles. And there's also quite a large differential of volume between the two ventricles. The left ventricle has a very large volume, and the right ventricle has a much smaller volume. And so we have not only a pressure gradient, we also have a volume gradient between the two ventricles. So I just wanted to point out this to you and to the group here. And now the second question I'm going to pose to the group. Do we have a heartbeat here with this setup?
Well, can I come in here? Okay. See, yeah, I get what you're getting at. And this is partly what I was saying about the pressure being put on the rotation. However, see, these reactors, first of all, if I want to put the heart, this is copper oxide. That's muscle. I need to put some CO2 in this. So either put a star formation with CO2 or mix CO2 in here, right? And that will give me both the emotional and the muscle tissue that's in the human heart. But it also depends on the way I create the rotation. See, I mean, if I was to turn this reactor on the left on its side, then I've got a vertical rotation in one and a horizontal rotation in the other, and it's not the same thing. It's got a different kind of pressure, different kind of interaction between these, right? If I reverse the direction of one of them, and they're both clockwise, then I've got different kind of pressure going on in here. I mean, the principle of what you're saying, I agree with. This is the way a heart works. But this is a little bit more simple than that, I think. Well, it's actually exactly the same thing. I see, you know, I mean, that's the way the heart works. That's what causes it. And as for it having its own heartbeat, well, these Gans materials have their own heartbeats. But I'm creating a rotation in the fields at what I've determined. So the speed of the rotation of these and how they're interacting is determining a third heart rate that's independent of the ones that are in the Gans materials themselves, right? But I don't think probably I need to open a central core. Yeah, and I'm not sure that these reactors, Like the other reactors I have, I put one of these inside an upside down one of these, inside a right side up one of these, and use different Gans materials. Those, just with no moving parts, open a central core within a day. The rotation of those fields open. Then you have a heartbeat. You have a whole bunch of different heartbeats. But you have a single central core that's got its own pulsing. Here, maybe. I mean, yeah, there is a certain rotation direction that's got a pulsing between these two in this figure 8 and the way this one goes. But when I had the one in the other reactor, I have one of them going clockwise and this one going counterclockwise. Oops, I'm losing my mouse there. All right. So now, what's the heartbeat rate of that? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Moved your thing there. Oops. You see, I mean, it depends on how I set up the rotation, right? Also, how close these reactors are to each other, right? If I open up the space gap, I notice that the production, at least in the other reactor, the way that's set up, it's slowed down the production. When I move them closer, seem to get better production. Why? Because I know there are as many layers of this. This is producing layers, right? When I'm doing this, is what's happening? Am I just having more layers crossing each other? Or am I compressing these layers so that they're squeezing up against each other? See, I don't know the answers to those questions yet. But with, I can start doing more controlled. I need to be more like Dr. Gatua, be really methodical. But I mean, in a way, it was just test the hypothesis, test the concept. And these are producing pretty good, faster than the original kit was doing by itself. Now this has got a lot more Gans in it, and these two have faster than the original one by itself was doing. So this is definitely increased production overall.
Mario, how would you address Hassan's question in the chat here, who says, what about the interaction of the fields of your soul with the system? Isn't your soul increasing or decreasing the production? What do you feel when you are in front of your creation?
Yeah.
He says, we need to ask more questions to the soul.
Well, here's the way I'm looking at it. First of all, I've been making some of these Ganses. I've had so many reactors. I've got so much Ganses and reactors, dismantled reactors. This whole room is so flooded with fields that it's sort of normal to me. So like when I first made the first Ganses, as soon as I walked in the room, I was like, wow. Now it's like, it's normal to me. So there's that. And for my soul I'm trying to stay neutral of this. I want to see what this guy's fields in a certain way with a certain speed of rotation, a certain angle of rotation. I mean, I could put it at an angle, right? Like the way the Earth's axis is off. What happens then? Does that drastically increase this? If I double the amount, so I'm trying to stay neutral so that I can study, because this is what my soul is doing. This is, I think, Elias, and I mean, you could say this is the brain as well. This is how the brain is doing. It's creating rotation in the fields that's causing some kind of an interaction with this field and that field, and positioning every single atom in your body and every cell in your body and adjusting it and tuning it. It's actually a composer conducting every cell of your body every second from the time of inception, Mr. Keshe said. Your soul is. That's what I'm doing here. I'm doing a little composition here, but I'm trying to stay neutral as far as my soul is going, because I want to understand this on a conscious level. Why is this increasing? Exactly why. Are these fields getting compressed or are they crossing? What's happening when they're crossing? If I push it in closer, if I speed this one up and not that one, if I add another reactor here, if I put another fourth one on the top, or if I leave these two and put 4 buckets around the side of it without this middle one here, Maybe just put some, just empty, maybe just put Gans material in the center and put three buckets of salt water around it with these two reactors, yeah? Whatever. So I can experiment and get tangible results I can measure. This is producing more, that's producing less, this is producing here more than there. You know, the fields themselves are spherical. So what would happen if I put another one, you know, I arrange these, but I lift this one up. I put another bucket over here, but a little bit higher in elevation, right? Maybe nothing.
Mario, you're 100% on the right track. In addition, to create the heartbeat, may I suggest that you make one side larger. So in other words, let's say on the left ventricle, you can put more liquid, okay? And on the right ventricle, put slightly less liquid. And again, use your intuition. So create a little heartbeat by making one larger in terms of volume and the other one smaller in terms of volume. So that's one step. And you can go ahead also and place it higher if you wish. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, well, I see, again, all of those things need to be tested. See, our brains don't have the same kind of the difference as you know, but there is a difference. So yes, but there's a difference between these two because I didn't, you know, I mean, I just rough cut them and they're slightly different. They're not exact. So there is a difference. Which way, I'm not really sure. I can't really tell. Right? Also, you see this piece of cotton sort of dropped off here. It's not exactly in the center. How is that affecting this? So these are not identical. There's enough difference there that's creating that. But I'm not looking at that as much as I'm creating a particular field flow in a particular direction, in a particular speed compared to this one. This is what I really want to understand. How do I increase the speed or slow down the speed, move them closer together, pull them farther apart? What is happening with the field interactions here in between all of this that's creating this Gans materials here? Yeah, can I speed these up, put a bucket over here and produce, I don't know, CO2 from these two reactors? Can I get a differential of the field strengths with this one? Maybe like you were saying, Elias, put lesser amount here by the same ratio. So if I've called this 76 copper oxide, I'm not sure what that number is, and 44 here, so what's the difference between those two? I create a difference in the rotation speed equal to the difference of 44 to 76. Will I produce CO2 in these buckets? Huh? I don't think so. But nonetheless, those things, you know, can I use CuO to produce CO2 by altering the field interactions at a certain position? I mean, in a way, yes. I know Mr. Keshe would say, of course you can, if you know what you're doing, but I don't know what I'm doing. That's why, you know. And again, one of the reasons I wanted to show this again is because, like, I know Dean and a lot of other people are using balls with motors and spinning the actual Gans material. So I kind of wanted to show this idea to get people maybe away from using the motors, because that in and of itself creates its own set of fields, right? And now that's another set of variables that you have to consider as well. We're here, you know, the only thing I got to worry about here, and not worry about, but think about is, and it'll be interesting to find out, how long will it take for these to balance themselves to where they stop producing? They become pools of energy as opposed to rivers, right? Which will happen sooner or later. And what can I do to change that? Put a tiny little bit of Gans material up here, just a little tiny bit, drain these. And then I'll get full rotation in the fields again, see? Probably something like that. This is when I did all these other reactors with the one inside the other, I already noticed that I'm going to need to put a little bit of Gans on top of the whole reactor. Like I've got one like here, 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 and another one here, here, here. I need to put a little bucket of on top of the whole thing with just a tiny bit. And that'll speed up the whole flow and keep it drained for a longer period of time. But that'll eventually balance. See, this, I think, again, it goes, like Mr. Keshe said, from the time of inception, your soul knows exactly how many heartbeats you're going to have in your lifetime, right? That's because the heartbeats are creating rotation in the fields. The rotation is due to imbalances, I guess, I assume, between your soul of physicality and the soul of the man. And that imbalance causes the rotation in your fields. We call it the blood circulation. And after so many heartbeats, it's balanced. The blood stops flowing, the heart stops beating, you reach maturity, and you hatch. We call it death, I call it hatching. You know, it's exactly the same thing. If I can get measurements to measure these things, then I know consciously what my soul already knows, but the rest of me hasn't figured out yet. So anyway, that's pretty much it, Rick. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mario. Any questions or comments on Mario's presentation here?
Rick, it's Dean here. Can I make Mario, thank you for that. It's wonderful as usual. It's funny, when you were presenting there, it was making me think about the creator, and when he had a thought about creating, let's say, a planet or an atom or something. So when the creator's thinking and he produces this sphere, this ball, the first thought created the matter. And then from that matter, it grows and it becomes something. So was the thought for a man? I made man in the image of myself. Was it the thought of a man? Was it the thought of a circle? Was it the thought of a heart? So when you if you look from another point of view, from a creation point of view, you've just explained the creation in micro and macro, and then let's take it back to the creator, the first initial thought. And then once that thought comes into the matter state, and that matter state grows and becomes an entity, and then when that entity becomes aware of itself and looks back at the creator and says, I'm aware of myself, at what point do you then elevate? Just a thought.
If you allow me, I'd like to make a comment and the link with what I was asking you. Atom or ray was creating, he created himself by a pyramid, material pyramid of Earth. I don't know the name in English. Loot. How do you call loot?
Clay.
Clay, yes, from the clay. So, and he auto-created himself from one pyramid of clay. And pyramid has 3 and can have 4 angles, no? And related with your presentation, I think that if you don't understand and you don't have expectation, you will not reach any results, because we will reach the results which will expect in our soul, because your soul create these results. So I think that you have to put your soul to work and collaborate the soul with your brain and with your heart, and you'll find the results which you want to have. This is a secret in life, because all these physician find all particles they want because they wish to find, and they find them. So it's very much related with your wish, with your soul. And he was correct. You just put your soul, don't be so neutral, because all this science is a science of soul, and we have to integrate the soul in our work. Otherwise, we'll not have results. If we are just neutral, I think, is my thinking. I don't know what you think about this. Thank you.
Yeah, see, I asked my soul about this, and my soul told me to do this experiments to find out. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah. And my soul already understands how to do this, is doing this every second of every day. So it's me as a conscious entity that needs to understand this, for me personally, right? So I'm doing these experiments to find out. My soul told me to do this. See, when I say my soul already knows how to do this, my soul wants me to figure this out so that I have the knowledge that my soul has, right? And so, you know, I'm thinking in terms of, you know, Mr. Keshe was asked about the spaceship reactors that he's building in the lab. And somebody said, what about your wishes? Are you using yours? And he said, no, we're not using the wishes. We're using just the science or something like that, right? We're just going to create these flight reactors based on the knowledge of how to interact with the fields. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah, okay, my soul already understands it. So what about the rest of me? How come do you know why if I do it in this direction as opposed to that direction, I get less production than this one and that one? Or do you? I don't, and that's what I want to find out. My soul does, your soul does.
You do, Mario, because when it's coming together, it's added. When it's friction, it's opposite. Remember what it's saying about gravitational and magnetical?
Well, yeah, but there's a bazillion different ways of setting this up. This one, where they're both counterclockwise, seems to be the best production. The other ones, though, have their own attributes, right? Vertical versus horizontal, both going one clockwise, the other counterclockwise. Yeah, why, you know, not just one way, right? I mean, increasing the speed of rotation of both of them or one of them will have an effect on those. What's the effect? I want to know so that I can predict it next time. I don't need to test it. I know. If I do this rotation, I get that result. If I do this kind of rotation, I get that result, etc. See? So, I mean, I need to do these experiments because I asked my soul, and my soul said, well, do it and figure it out. And I love it. It's a beautiful journey. To me, beauty is in the pursuit of knowledge, not the attaining of it, right? Once I figure it out, now I need to go to the next level, right? In other words, if I understand how to produce the best way here, yeah, okay, get rid of all of this, put 3 buckets of salt water, use my hands and my soul. Now do it. If I really can crank out, if I can get a rotation that feels where I see Gans bubbling up in these 3 containers with reaction that feels, oh, I got my hands are CuO and CO2, and there's gold in there, and there's every other element. What do I want, right? Why not? It's because I don't understand how to do it here. How am I do the same thing with my hands? My hands are no different than these reactors. Literally, they're exactly the same thing, only these are simpler. My hands are better, much more advanced. So how come I can't just produce CuO in a bucket with my hands like bubbling up? Well, do it here first. I go, oh, now I get it. Right, that's the kind of rotation I want in my hands. Move this finger over a little bit. That's perfect, that kind of thing, see? Yeah, I mean, the beauty is in the pursuit of understanding. and knowledge and gaining of the knowledge of it, right? That's why, I mean, we're knowledge seekers, right? We're pursuing knowledge. You know, I get a little bit frustrated, to be honest, when I have people say, don't do these kind of experiments, just have your soul. Well, you know, you don't need to do it, but telling me not to do it, it's a little presumptuous, I think, of a lot of people. And I am obligated to share my result, my research. I'm not obligated to convince anybody of anything, but I am obligated to share my results, which is what I'm doing here, right? And I think there's a good experiment for a lot of people. So thank you, Rick, for allowing me this.
Well, it's good because it's not just a theoretical experiment where it's we have a bunch of drawings and scribbles and so on the page here, and different people have contributed to all that. And you know, it could have been just a picture of someone else's contraption, or it could have been just a line drawing of some cups or something, and then it would have been all theoretical. And we would have been dicing with ideas back and forth, and we still are in some ways, but you've actually created something physical to interact with. And that's the difference, is taking it out of the mental realm and actually adding some physicality to it, to actually note, you know, it, like you're saying, if you know how to control the fields and how to interact, to be a true plasma manipulator, as Mr. Keshe said one time, then we should be able to create with our hands, like you're saying, and create the fields we wish, create light between our hands and other such effects, even if just to show ourselves that we do have those powers. You know, we don't have to go on and brag about it by showing everybody how we can create light in our hands, because that's not the purpose, and nor would it probably would not be such a good idea to indulge in such things. But at the same time, we need to learn what our powers are, what can we actually do, rather than think about or conceive or have a mental understanding. This offers the actual understanding, because knowledge is fine, but too much knowledge makes people what I call top heavy. They fall over and they get too much into the headiness, and it's all theoretical. And then they may have never created a one cup, one life, or any Ganses, or done any experiments, and it all becomes a mental construct. And then they go to do it, and they spill the glass right off the bat because they've never worked with their hands before or something, you know. So doing it is where we gain the understandings. My point is, we can have tons of knowledge, but until we actually apply it somewhere in some dimension to get, and then observe the result, that's where the real action is. And that's really the purpose of this group in many ways too, is to have people try something. It doesn't matter what it is. This is a very simple kind of setup. If you're looking at it, it could be a 5-year-old kid could have put this together. On the other hand, it could be a nuclear biophysicist that could put this together, and trying to explore that same, it's really the sacred space of our interaction with our creation, whatever it happens to be. And it's a big jump for someone like Mario to be expressing this, you know, out in public, and showing his baby, in a way, his intimate setup that he's, he could have been ridiculed here and never show up again or something. And that kind of thing has probably happened to people in the past. But we try to be open enough and to accept and to allow everyone's vision to come forward, because we all learn from it, and we can learn that maybe it's time for us to actually try something, whatever it is that our specialty happens to be, in order to make more solid these concepts and ideas, to make it real, to express it in our environment, right in the here and now. And that's, you know, kind of what it's about as a plasma manipulator, rather than being stuck in the physicality or stuck in the Gans level or stuck in the nano level. We can go beyond those and have control and power over those fields, basically. So congratulations, Mario. Good work.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's not about producing Ganses. The Ganses are just I'm using as a measure of what the fields are doing. Yeah, because I don't really know for sure. I mean, I know I got rotation one way. I know I got, you know, that kind of thing. So, yeah, thank you again.
Mario, how you did this rotation clockwise and counterclockwise with your hands, utilizing the pendulum, or how you did?
Well, I already explained it. I guess I'll explain it again here. I put different amount of Gans here, call this reactor 1, and I forgot how
I use a different color there. We can't.
Yeah, red. Okay, so here's 1. This is number 2. This is number 3. This is number 4. And they go from heavier to lighter. So the heavier, so you have a gradient flow from the heaviest one to the next step, one.
And by heavy and light, you mean the amount of material that's in the
volume.
The volume of material, Gans. Mm-hmm.
Right. And so since this one's on the top, and it goes down to these 3 that are actually parallel to the horizontally. So it creates a horizontal rotation, in this case, that way. Oh, if I wanted to reverse the direction of it, I would switch the position of 2 and 4. So I make this one 4. Oh, I keep losing my pencil there. I make, well, somebody's drawing on there. Yeah, okay. So if I make this one 4 and this one 2, then it goes like this. It goes down to there, the 2, 3, 4, and I'll reverse the rotations direction. If I speed it up, I add more to say to 1. Now I could add to the others as well. Just make sure that the smallest one stays lower. So by increasing the amount of Gans, I can speed it up. And I can get, and the other one, this one is both horizontally and counterclockwise. But what I did in the other one is I had it vertical. So I have a reactor 1, 2, 3, and then the top reactor here's 4, the lightest one. So these go around horizontally, but this gets pulled upwards. And now I get a vertical rotation in a clockwise. In this case, if I want to reverse the direction of that, again, I switch 3 and 4 so that it just goes 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the opposite direction, right? If I speeding it up or slowing it down, I take a little Gans away from here, it slows it down. Add some more, it speeds it up, right? So, and so either horizontally, vertical, in either direction, right? By just manipulating the fields. Did that answer the question?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I wasn't in when you explained before. That's why I ask you again. Excuse me.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool that you can do that. You know, it's better than spinning balls. Plus, there's a certain speed limit. By what you're doing when you're spinning the Gans material is they're emanating fields. You want to get this kind of rotation in the fields, so you spin the magnets. You spin the actual Gans material, and then that drags the fields around, right? So there's a limit to how fast you can get the rotation in the fields by spinning the Gans material. Rick, you know more about that than anybody. You were doing these, right? You can only go so fast, and then at the point of diminishing returns, I think, something like that, right? But here, there's no speed limits because it's the fields themselves you're manipulating, right? You're directly spinning the fields. So it's more advanced, even if it looks crappier, especially the way I make them, you know.
Yeah, it's a hard concept to get a handle on, this idea of the difference in volume of the materials creating a gradient.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to get a handle. I mean, I think of the ocean, the hugeness of the ocean, for example. And if you had a cup of ocean water that you took from that ocean and you're standing beside it, wouldn't there be a tremendous field interaction between those two? And shouldn't we see some sort of manifestation of that in that case? Because should that larger ocean be giving so much to that smaller sized, you know, it's like infinity compared to nothingness in a way. It's a huge difference between a cup and
yeah, but they have to touch. I mean, if you were to open that, put that in the water, it'll immediately, the water will fill into the bucket from the ocean. So they have to connect. So here you got the physical material that has to actually connect in order to get that water, but it will. The ocean will flood into a lower gradient where there's a lower, it's literally, you know, it's the gradient usually refers to, like, for example, the Mississippi River has 10 times more water in it than the Colorado River. But the overall gradient of the flow, the height of the land, in this case, it's matter level, so it's affected by the inertia and the gravity. So it's a little bit higher in the north part and lower on the south part, so you have a relatively slow motion, but a massive volume, yeah? But in the Colorado River, it has a lot less water, but this gradient is much, much steeper. Same thing with Niagara Falls. At the river, there's different places where the river goes faster and then slower and then faster and slower as it makes its way, and then it hits the highest gradient you can have with the matter level, pouring straight down, right? So the same water. So Tesla, when he set up his turbines, he picked the place where the water flows the fastest. It's exactly the same water, the same amount of water. If he had put his turbines upstream, he would have gotten motion, but not as much, right? So it's really just transfer of energy, right? It's the water, the faster the water's moving, the faster the turbines move. But here...
Yeah, but it's more like you're sitting by a lake, for example, and you take a cup out of the lake and you're sitting there with your cup by the lake. And where's the gradient flow there?
Well, there isn't, because those two matter level waters are not touching each other. If they do touch, boom, you'll see them pour right away. You'll see it, right?
Well, when you had your cup underwater, then in the lake, you're up to the edge of the lake. You put your cup in the water. Where's the gradient? There's no gradient there. It's all the same.
No, no. I mean, if you look at it like two barrels of water, one of them's empty, the other one's full. You have to put pipes, connect them. What happens when you open the valves? The water pours out from the heavier one to balance. And then as the one that's empty starts to fill up and the one that's full starts to empty, the gradient slows down. The amount of water pouring into from the bigger one to the smaller one starts to slow down. And then when they both reach 2-to-1 ratio equal, then the flow stops. Gradient stops and they're balanced, equal. That's what's happening here.
You're assuming there that one barrel is higher than the other one, in the sense that the full barrel is higher than the empty one, and it's able to. If you put the empty barrel higher than the full barrel, then it's not going to flow. There won't be any flow.
Well, because you're talking about matter level, where there's air pressure and other things that are in there that are also affecting this. But here it's just fields. right? It's just fields, nothing else. So there's no inertia, there's no resistance. There's nothing to stop them or slow them down. But if I was to take this reactor and put it in the next room, then this would not produce the same way. They have to be close enough where this field interacts with this field, right? Or same thing with this one. If I put this top reactor, you know, in the next floor, then I lose the rotation. I'll have a rotation with the 3 base reactors, but I don't have a rotation with the top reactor, right? They have to be near enough that the fields will interact. But yeah, the heavier to the lighter, the gradient, Marco's favorite word, right? It works with energy differentials as well. I mean, the amino acid is this. Mr. Keshe explained this, and this is something that somebody had asked a question about. It's a star formation. So you have what do you got? Carbon, 12. And then you have nitrogen, put it over here, 14. Oh, I can't use my pencil. 14. And then you have oxygen here, 60. Why do I keep? Oxygen here is 16, right? Now, here's what Mr. Keshe explained. You have a slow gradient going around here. It's a very slow gradient. But then you add the hydrogen, 1. Now, this creates this. And it's that reason that the hydrogen is the energy provider, because energy is motion. The difference between 16 to 1, 12 to 1, 14 to 1 is much higher in orders of magnitude. And so the hydrogen causes the structure to have the motion that it needs, right? And then these fields focus into a central core and create a superstructure. That's what we call the amino acid. See, these 4 elements are not the amino acid. They're the generator that creates the amino acid in a layer, inside a layer, inside a layer, inside a layer. See, that's what an amino acid looks like. It's this kind of a structure, right? The 4 elements of the reactor that produce the spaceship. This is how you make a spaceship.
Mario, what happens if you choose your ratio exactly like the what you just said?
I have done
14, 16, and 1 instead of 1 to 2 and 1 to 4 and 1 to 8. Just use this ratio. What happens then?
Well, you end up with a free plasma. But see, there's another thing here that's a question that I still have that I'm pretty sure I already know the answer to, but I will find out because I got another experiment working. When you use volume differentials of the same Gans material, it's multiples. But when you use different Gans materials, they're on orders of magnitude. So this is not actually 16 to 1. It's not like I have CuO 16 times, like 16 milliliters here and 1 milliliter here. That would be 16 times this. This is actually, I think the right measurement is 16 doublings. So it's like taking a penny and doubling it 16 days. That's the differential. So there's a huge differential. So what I really need to do is make that like 15,000 to 1 to get this kind of gradient, whatever that number is, right? Take 1 and double it, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, that's 8. Now do that 8 more times. Right, whatever that number is, it's 10,000 something like. So if I want to use the same Gans material, I need to use 10,000 milliliters here, and then 1 milliliter here. When you're using, does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes, makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of. I think that's going to be the biggest problem I have with the spaceship reactor, because I'm using the 3 Ganses, but to get the right rotation, to get them to balance. That's why hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium are so beautiful. 1 to 2 to 1 to 3 to 1. They're so close to each other already that a slight increase in this rotation of the, say, the deuterium will cause the field, like I have a hydrogen or tritium on the outside, deuterium, and hydrogen Gans. If I speed up the rotation of the deuterium a little bit, I can get this deuterium to blow out farther and scrape against that one. What I'm using is CO2, CH3, and CuO, which will give me these huge gaps. So in order to get the speed of this one to get out to there, it's going to take a lot of trial and error. Wish you could get those 3 Ganses, but I haven't been able to do it. But anyway, that's another experiment.
It's the same because it's the same proportion when you say Gans of copper, zinc, and iron, more or less, CH3. Talking about fields.
Yeah, that's a good idea. There, I was thinking about that as well, to use more balanced, something closer, and that's an idea, Dan. I think I might go to. I actually have some iron Gans, and the copper oxide I already have, but the CO2 is oh, I have to use the zinc Gans, right? That's an idea. Yeah, I might do that.
I make an idea for not to utilize the CH3. You're saying CO2, okay? You have C from carbon. You have oxygen, no?
Yeah.
These 2 oxygen is not similar, let's say.
Yeah.
It's not similar, this oxygen. One, you can consider it nitrogen plus or minus. Not this is important. You can also, when you say amino acid, you created the same thing, no? Like a CH3. You create the same pyramids, not pyramids, star formation, gradient and proportion, the same flow.
Yeah. Well, there's also, yeah.
You can utilize the same material. You can utilize the other material, different material, depend the ratio one you achieve, want to achieve. You remember when Mr. Keshe saying when one electron, one atom can fullness all the universe. We are the atom, the primordial atom. Let's say deuterium, electron, neutron, and proton. You can play also in the what level you want, because you have always this constant proportion.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's all correct. I think exactly right. To me, I think that's correct. But in sorry, excuse me. In this reactor, sorry, I went down the wrong way.
Don't be sorry. Don't turn around the neck.
Yeah. Okay. See, there's another problem with the hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium. They're monoatomic, so you get 1 layer for each. But with CuO, you get or if it's even CuO2, you get the copper and the oxygen, probably 2 oxygens that, like you said, they're close, but there'll be 2 different layers there. The CH3, it's got 3 layers, 4 layers actually. So when you move one, you're moving all of them. Plus you have the fields of the carbon. So it's like if I have hydrogen layer, then I got a carbon layer, and then I've got an oxygen layer and a number of different oxygen layers, then the copper layer, then the CuO layer, right? Then I forgot the CH3 as a totality is somewhere in here. And I've got, or wherever 15, it should be above the 12, right? So, and then you've got the copper sits at 60, but the copper oxide sits at 60, or whatever, 76 or whatever, right? So if I use those 3 Ganses, I get this, all these layers. So if I move this, the CH3, I'm not just moving this layer, I'm moving this layer and the carbon layer and the CH3 layer as a 15, which we'll call it here. I'm moving all of these and in different amounts, right? Because each one's moving proportionate to its ratio, right? So it's a lot more complicated as opposed to having hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium, right? If I move the hydrogen or I move the deuterium out, and this is true even with the iron, it's iron oxide, they're all oxides. So you get a minimum of 6, right? And then you also get the differences of these, the 60 from the 64 or the 76 and 60, you get extra layers of the differences of these as well. But you look at 2 from 1 is 1, 2 from 3 is 1, 3 from 2 is 1. So you get the sums of those, but you get the differences, but they reinforce the original 3 layers. Yeah, so these are more ideal for the spaceship reactor, for someone at my level anyway, yeah, to be able to interact. But I have not been able to produce these 2 Ganses, so I guess it's a moot point. One of these days, who knows, maybe I'll figure out a way to put a bucket next to one of these reactors and get get hydrogen over here and tritium over here if I put the bucket up here with the right rotation. Anyway.
Oh my God, Mario, you know what you are doing, because it's passing. Sorry for interrupt you, but it's
No.
I don't keep in me. Is needed to say to all of us. You are describing exactly the empty box of universe of Mr. Keshe. When it's giving the zinc and copper, okay? You have, let's say, in the middle, carbon, no? 6. Between the 69, 69 and this 6, which means 12, you're making this in the half division. You achieve between these 2 plates, let's say, all the field from starting to 1 in all the positions you can achieve in different position, balance of what element or what field you want by positioning between these 2 plasma, let's say, copper and zinc. Exactly what Mr. Keshe is saying in, I don't know, 2:15, when it's speaking about the empty box of universe and position. You are described in these 2 simple elements or fields, let's say, copper and zinc. You creating what you are need, field of hydrogen. You can combine in that point of field of hydrogen with what you are needed, other number, let's say, and you achieve what you are needed. I say this because it's flashing me. Thank you, and I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No interruption. And I was, I think that's correct. I mean, it's going to take me probably months of doing these kinds of experiments just with the same kind of Gans in multiple reactors, maybe 2 or a star formation or 3 of them or whatever, putting buckets in different positions, changing the speeds and rotations. What if I use CuO in this one reactor and CO2 in this one? Now I'm going to have I'm going to repeat every one of those experiments. Rotation vertically in this one, horizontally in that one, in this direction, in that direction, and then putting buckets there. What do you get? What if I take each one of these reactors and use CO2, CH3, CuO, and deuterium, or whatever? Now what? And reverse that over here on this one, or just put with CuO, but mix different gas materials here, create rotation using different gas materials, right? I mean, so there's no end to what you can do here. Yeah, and it's a lifetime of research, but what I'm looking for is patterns. What I'm looking for is when I start doing this, I know at some point I'll see, okay, every time I do this with this kind of thing, I get that. Every time I do this. So now I know that I don't have to try it another way. I can predict future, based on the patterns. So that's the real thing. That's why I use one kind of Gans with certain rotation. Now I'm using a different kind of Gans. I don't think the Gans material itself, as long as I'm using the same Gans material, is relevant. It doesn't really matter which one I use. I get a certain kind of production, based more on the interaction of the two reactors than the Gans material itself.
Mario, Stina, can I ask a quick question? What was your original intention for your creation? What's the purpose?
To measure the fields in a tangible way. I can get qualitative measurements so I can look for patterns in the creation. It's a fractal. Everything about it, the behaviors are fractal. The 7 musical tones of the universe repeats in unlimited numbers of octaves, 7 intervals. Then it just repeats. If I can find the pattern and then see where it repeats, now I can predict what's in the next octave and in every other octave. So looking for the patterns of the fractal behavior of field interactions in a way that I can measure. Like Mr. Keshe said, you got to find a way to measure it in a tangible way. This is it. The radio is another one. It's not about making a radio. I've got a schematic, but I've got the parts. I haven't assembled it yet, Rick. I will, next week I'll have it for sure. And look at the schematic that I got, see why it doesn't work. Or if it works, why is it working? What happens if I change this? There's so many things about that. Being able to tap into fields, pick a particular field strength, manipulate it, and transmit it to another position with pinpoint accuracy.
What about using the schematic itself as the radio rather than building the radio from the schematic?
Well, that's like using the drawing to try to produce the Gans material. I mean,
it's actually possible to do too, because you can actually create a circuit on paper using conductive ink and other, graphite is actually a way of creating. You can create a actual crystal radio with a razor blade and a pencil. You don't have to have that diode. You can actually, that's what they did in the Second World War. But on paper, you can make the circuit and actually, there's 2 ways of doing it. One is actually make the circuit with the conductive ink, like I mentioned. The other way is just to draw the circuit, and in effect, the circuit operates just from its, it's just saying the model of the thing is the thing itself. So if you create that model, what you've created here, this picture that we see, it's a model in a way of that concept that is the fundamental that you're trying to get to. The what is the way the universe works is exemplified through your example here. So, and this is what we try to get to, those fundamental laws through a model.
It's so interesting you brought that up, Rick. Something I noticed about drawing out the flower of light 6 years ago or whatever it was, that once you reach a certain number of circles and it starts to produce the pattern, you feel energy coming from it. Everyone's said that, or a lot of people. There's an energy in the structure of it, especially that, because that's showing the structure of the actual plasma. So as soon as you get enough of the lines on the paper to where the structure starts to manifest, you feel energy coming from it. And so it's really interesting you said that, because I've said that to people, don't believe me. I've said, try it, try drawing it, man. You find, and you cover one eye, you put the paper on it, cover one eye, it pops off the page 3D. Really, really interesting. It's a 3-dimensional graph of the structure of a plasma. And there's a way to make it appear to rotate. I've learned how to do that with my eye. Cover one eye and move your head in a certain way, and it's an optical illusion, but it's actually really the fields. And I'm not sure, just to clarify something about what you said, I don't think that looking at the pictures of these reactors is what you need. What you need is to look at the flow. If I drew it correctly, then you would feel energy from it. Yeah, this is not good enough. But if I was able to draw the actual representation of the fields, then that you would feel. It's actually a flower of life in a way. I mean, it's, you know, you would feel.
If you make it right to start with, then you put your soul into it. We'll feel that immediately when we see it, and we don't need to see the field lines. They kind of,
yeah, of course.
The mind gets all into it and starts to figure out that it thinks it knows all about it, the field lines and stuff. But it's something that, you know, when you put, it's an art object in a way, and people that make art, do artwork, they put their soul into their artwork, and that gets picked up by people. That's the first thing they pick up on. And then the rational mind comes in and says, oh, it's because it's interacting with my Gans and, you know, figure 8 pattern, and I can feel it doing that, and so on and so forth. But that's the immediate insight or impression from the image of what we see is what we get in a way. And that's the gut feeling that some people say, or your intuition, or your first impression, or however you like to put it. It gives us something. We know something about this just from looking at it. Once it's explained out, we learn more. There's more knowledge involved. We get perhaps a greater understanding. So,
well, yeah, but look at this drawing. I made this drawing of a little dog, right? So, I mean, it's a bad one, but if I actually drew it better, and you could immediately recognize that that's an image of a dog. You say that's a dog, right? It's an image of a dog, but it's actually not. It's a bunch of lines on a whiteboard here, on a computer screen. It's not. It's invoking. It's got the energy signature, the pattern that we recognize. So
yeah, and even the caveman drawings, which look very much like that, invoke that same emotional impression of dog or little animal, at least. Mm-hmm.
Right, like a Beethoven symphony. It's just, you know, it's notes on paper. No, when it manifests as the music, it's just notes. It's just a bunch of frequencies. But it's the pattern of it that makes it recognizable, as opposed to, you know, Metallica song. You know, it's not the same. What do you mean it's not the same? It's the same notes. It's even in the same key, but it's not the same. Why? Different order, a different arrangement of the notes, a different composition. The soul of the man is a composer, right? Every cell is an instrument playing. It's a section of instruments, actually, right? And it's your melody is you, and my melody is me, right? It's my composition that makes me who I am and you who you are. But it's all energy. Huh? But it's of a particular.
Oh dear, sorry. Rick, pass to Jalal. I miss you and it's pop up. Pass it into the panelist, please. Sorry. Continue, Mario.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
When I see the dog, I remember the Jalal and it's pop up.
Okay. We won't tell him that. You were saying, Mario?
Oh, I think it's time to get rid of my little dog there. No, I'm just saying it's the energy signatures. And those are patterns. Like there's a pattern to the melodies of humans. We're all humans as opposed to dogs. Dogs have, but there's not exactly the same, right? Got their own, you know, dogs are dogs, but there's a lot of different kinds of dogs. So, you know, it's like two bands playing the same song, but different musicians, and they're not reading exactly the same. They're reading the same song, but different instruments, or adding
Sure,
extra.
but some humans can relate to their dogs emotionally closer than they can relate to the humans around them as well. So there is that aspect to it. Our souls are very malleable in a way, and are able to exist under many conditions. Let me see, did Jalal, are you still there? Yeah, did you want to say something, Jalal? Have you tuned in here?
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I forget about today teaching. I was quiet with my work, and then he
My
said, "Wait,
mistake.
wait." It just said, "Oh my God, it's Wednesday. Let's go back." Rick, do you remember the video of Mr. Cash about Fukushima?
Yeah.
I think it will be very proper time to bring the first teaching of Mr. Cash to the remembering again, because there is a key in it, a huge key, and he gave it in the first video.
First video, you'll have to, you don't happen to have a link?
This Fukushima video, when he was presenting the ganses, you know, all sort of ganses, and how it connect to the sands. And you remember these videos?
Oh yeah, but there's a whole series of them, so I'm not sure which one you mean. Let's
Let me check it in the background. Continue. I will check it out.
just having a quick look here. I didn't search that well. I think there's a playlist somewhere with Fukushima.
Yeah, there's a whole week's 5 days from Monday to Friday, and I think it picks up the following week for a few days. And I believe they go like all day. Like I think Yukoko just puts the camera on and it sits there. You see an empty chair for a while the machine is running some tests and stuff for a couple of hours, and they all come back. That was the way they were originally published.
No, that only Mr. Cash was presenting the ganses in his in the lab. You know, this elongated table, and he was showing the ganses. And this plastic rings, he used the plastic rings how to make the viewers understand what is going on.
Right. That was a special video.
But anyway, if you don't find it, it's okay. Only if the people would like to understand from the beginning what is going on, there is a very big key in that teaching. It will add to your knowledge.
Well, maybe we can get that set up for next time. I'm not finding it here easily, so you know what you mean.
No problem.
We're at 4.5 hours here, so maybe we need to
sorry,
wrap up soon.
Sorry, that is my mistake. I thought we're just beginning now.
Well, if you want to take over, we can have a whole new beginning. On your own.
I would like to. Thank you.
So I stop share here, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, Rick.
Any more on there?
Rick is Dean here again. Sorry to interrupt. the Brigitte's next to me at the moment. She, from a feminine perspective, she would maybe like to offer some music or some insights or something, just to balance out and to give us a new perspective on some of the insights and things that we've just spoken about. I don't know if that would be relevant.
Oh, absolutely. That'd be lovely. Thank you.
Oh, dear participants, here is Brigitte again. This time again with my flute and with my 13th flute. I have built by myself also a transformation flute, a spirit flute, with the message inside again written with gratefulness, love, abundance, peace, and what else? Yeah, gratefulness, I already said. So in many blessings, and my symbol for peace, and my song, Golden Light is flowing through me, Divine Love is acting through me. And there came a melody I offer you, just that all that has said up to now may be for reasons of synergy, yeah, or for giving you this music and sounds beyond of words. And the second part of the piece, I play in the 5 rhythms because I love the 5 so much. It's a symbol for love, and it's, yeah. So, yeah, this is that what I want to offer for today. And, yeah, aware or yeah, contributing to all that 5 pillars and all we know from being reactors or being plasmas, and yeah, and reach people on a soul level.
thank you for your contribution.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So Rick, I think that one reactor who expresses themselves through sound, a musician, obviously. Myself as a reactor who expresses myself through images, or two different ways of confirming our existence. We all do this. We all have a ways. Mario's just explained a beautiful way, scientific way of confirming his existence to the reactors all around us, around himself. Mr. Keshe does this. You do this, Rick. We all do this in our own special ways to confirm our existence and to express ourselves, to take this knowledge to the next level and to help humanity to come to a position of the beauty that's within us. So I think any expression in any way we can interact and give unconditionally is a beauty, is a knowledge and a wonderful expression, whether it's in the matter state or like Brigitte's just done, where she expressed herself through a thought and intention of giving, and then the sound is made. But it's the message, it's the thought that's really important. The physical matter state, as I said, the sound with the concept we have, with the physical body we have, we accept that thought in a matter state condition. But it's the thought that's the really important thing. The message, it's like the original thought from the creator. It's the message, it's the thought. It's the plasmatic state, and I think that is the really important thing for us all of us to realize how we can really manifest very, very easily anything. It really is just the plasmatic thoughts that are bringing about the environment, and all the conditions we have around us are those thoughts. Everything.
I don't know, Dean. I don't know. I wasn't thinking very much during that performance, and that wasn't what was on my mind, and I don't really care about what her thoughts were during that, but I do care about the feeling that came through, and I do care about the idea of feeling rather than thinking. But I think you mean more than just thoughts. The thought is like the original spark, perhaps, but the emotion has to be there as well for that emotion of presence that comes through.
Yeah, I totally agree.
How do you reconcile that?
No, I do. So for me, the thought is the emotion. It's the original thought. So the thought is, yeah, as you just said, it's the emotion, it's the communication. Yeah, it's the presence. It's being present, and we express that with an emotion, which is a thought, which then we express into the matter state. Yeah. So many ways to conclude this.
Yeah, it's true. Like before Brigitte, before she did her performance, her flute performance, did she have the thought first? Did you have the thought first that I'm going to do a performance, and then the emotion flows from that? Or was there an emotional impression of some sort, and then the thought come from the emotions? Trying to get at the source here. What do you think?
So I want to say, whenever I play, I never call it performance. For me, it's just expressing, and you sensed it, just to give this pleasure and to nourish this field, this healing field of love. Yeah. And when people then react and say, you have enlightened my day, then I say, well, fine, great. So this is that what I want or what I wish, or yeah. And it's the same. I before Christmas I always make stars, yeah, sunny stars with the colors of yellow and red, and they give them to people, and just that they have pleasure. And when they say you have enlightened my day, then I think, okay, or I feel, so this is that what I also wanted to do now, because I think there are a lot of words, and I also say often I don't want to think, but I know there is this message in this flute, and yeah, I want to talk, as I once said, by music. Yeah, this is my language. I want to express just by music, and I want to create this great space. Yeah. Not with a certain intention, yeah. So that so for example, for somebody, because I don't know what is fine for him or her, I just want to create this space, this healing field of love. And then people can take from that whatever they need or whatever they want or whatever will touch them, or will maybe there come emotions or remembrances, whatever. So this, freedom is very important. Also this being free spirit, and I also sing for being free, yeah, so that somebody can unfold whatever it is in different persons or other beings, animals, plants, or whatever. So yeah, this is that what I offer or create.
That could spark both thoughts and emotions as well, depending on different people and the way they respond and so on. So all of our answers are correct.
Yeah. Because I really emphasize also when I offer something, also the evenings when people come, this space beyond of right and wrong is the space where we meet each other. So this is very important for me to transmit or to tell that the people they may feel well and fine in a big space. There is no right and wrong. It is as it is, whatever it is, whether it's laughing, joy, whether are tears, whatever will arise, whatever will unfold. Yeah, everything belongs to the wholeness, as sunshine and rain and so on, wind and storm and whatever. Yeah. Okay. Then many blessings for everybody who is listening, and for all those who are not able to listen, for the whole universe.
Lovely, thank you very much. I am happy because another lady is here with us. I'm not alone. I mean, ladies are more sensitive than men, but I'm not talking about women and men, but about principle, feminine principle and masculine principle. Feminine principle is like Mitra, is a feminine principle which creates, can give birth and life. Also, a man can have feminine attributes. And now, coming back to our discussion, if we have thoughts, we can transmit them by the fields, yes, of thoughts. But if you want to achieve good results with your good thoughts, you have also to send feelings, and feelings has the same fields like thoughts. And if you put together, you will achieve your results of healing of what you want. If it's only empty thoughts, you can reach the target. You need both. You need to put together and to balance feelings from the soul of man, of physicality, emotions, and thoughts. I think that they are related and they goes together. We can separate them. In order to work, they have to be always together. Sometimes thought is extompated and feelings are more intense, strength. But I think that they are together. And when we forgot about our mind, only and emotions, we can reach other level of knowledge outside of space and time, and to connect with the source. When we estompate feelings and we estompate thinking, our mind and our heart, I think that is possible by meditation to find a solution to your problems. For example, yesterday I meditate, and in my image appears a pyramid, transparent pyramid, and it was the answer of my question: how life was created on Earth, and it was created by this force of the pyramid, this 3 stars formation, 3, what you told me, 3 types of amino acid which created the hydrogen in top. I mean, the free plasma. So, thank you. I finished. I let you now to continue. I just feel to express myself. Sorry.
Don't be, Salomea.
Salomea, can I ask a question? Mr. Keshe has explained a few times that we don't need to meditate, that it's within us and that we can experience things by literally in the moment. Many of us, and I've done it myself many times, like to meditate, but Mr. Keshe, in his wisdom, has said that we don't need to do this practice. Would you have any thoughts on that? Any emotions?
Yes, my wish was to do like this. Don't meditate and to do right. How do you say? At the same time, you know, with open eyes, because I have many examples from Guru from India. I met a Guru first time, and I said to him, I'd like my objective from medium term is to build a school as an ashram. People stay there and work and study at the same time. And he said to me, it was your idea. How comes in your mind? I said, it was my wish. And he just said me, I am have a vision right now with you in an ashram, and there is written Roshach. I study in Switzerland in Roshach after 3 years. You see, here he had the vision, and I see also a lake and mountain, and my school, my university was there. And so he had, and my wish starting from this day was to be able to have this image, these visions, without meditating. So it is possible. Mr. Keshe has this, and it's possible for everybody. Also, sometimes I have such vision in the morning or at at 3:20 in the morning, I wake up every day, and I have different visions without sleeping or meditating. Just appear like portals, and in these portals appear many things. Only images I have. I don't have smell or sounds. For me, it's like this image. And when I talk to people, I talk at the soul level. We don't use language. We understand at the soul level. I had also a vision with Dr. Keshe. First day when I met him, I speak with him. I had the vision with him. He was talking to my soul. I think that it's possible to have this. We just have to wish and to believe that it's possible, and everybody can have. I'm also a vegetarian myself, and I think that depends also on what we eat. Depends frequency of our body, and if our frequency is elevated, we can have more visions and to connect with the source. My wish also is to see the past and the future and the present at the same time, to have access in these Akashic records, which we call source. There is everything. It's like an internet, not an internet of information. It's internet of our feelings, emotions. Everything is there. Just we have to have access. And there is no time. I mean, time is a construct, because depends if we will erase the principle of the second term principle of thermodynamics, entropy, we will be immortal, because of the entropy we find time, because our body just get older and older because of entropy. And if we don't have entropy, we will have immortality. And I believe very much in this energy of the pyramid. And I have this feeling that you can become immortal utilizing the energy of the pyramid. We put inside of the pyramid many things, and they just stay undecomposed, undepleted, how do you say? They don't split. They don't change their status. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have these feelings. My feeling from my childhood was to travel in Egypt and study the pyramids, thinking that there we will find the truth about us, about the secret of creation and the creator. And Dr. Keshe just teach us. So I ask the universe, and the universe offered me this possibility to meet you. And thank you very much. I hope I answered to your question.
Yes, thank you very much. when you were speaking then, Solomon, so there's a bird table hanging from a walnut tree. There's many birds that come to little birds come to feed, and when you were speaking at the beginning, then this woodpecker was knocking on one of the branches of the tree, and then it flew down onto the bird. It's like a little house with a little roof. And it was hanging underneath the roof for a little while, and then it sort of dropped down to the table and started feeding, and then started sort of knocking on the wood, and it's wonderful how creation works, and the things that happen that manifest when other beings speak or have an emotion, a thought, talk about the creation. It's wonderful to see the fields and how they react in another part. So you were speaking about the mountains and the lakes, the pyramids. For me, I had that experience too, where I was drawn, had a very deep feeling, for all these wonderful things. You know, just the knowledge, wanted to know this knowledge, and the knowledge of, let's say, the pyramids. Mr. Keshe said that the pyramids is past history, and there are many beauties within it, but we should now move forward into another dimension. I'm sure at some point the dimension of the pyramids, the secrets, as we say, will be maybe revealed. But that secret's within us. It's called our soul, and I think that essence you've just described, and everybody that's been present today in these teachings have been describing it in their way. And as I said, the fields have been, as usual, wonderful, beautiful, and just the creation is just astonishing in its beauty. So thank you, thank you very much. That was a very fulfilling and beautiful answer. Thank you.
Yes,
now
thank
imagine,
you very much. Yes, welcome.
Imagine that instead of the beautiful conversation that we just engaged in, someone was off busy meditating because they thought that was more important at the time, and they're busy meditating, but they missed that conversation, and they missed other opportunities as well, because when we're meditating, maybe we're not able to actually perform our duties in terms of interacting with our environment, in the sense of if we got the think good, talk good, and do good example, then and also the idea that we are here to serve and not to be served, that we are busy. It's a busy job, because we don't really have the time, in a way, for our personal trip if we're actually there to be of service. It's like, you know, if I'm a mechanic, I perform mechanical repairs, for example. If I'm in the middle of a mechanical repair and suddenly decide, oh, I think I'm going to go off and have an ice cream or something, and, you know, maybe it's an emergency job or whatever. As a professional, you stick with it. You don't go with your desires or your personal trip during that time, because it's important to get the job done. So if your job is to think good, talk good, and do good, and to be of service, then that's your job in a way. So you know, kind of have to go with that flow, and things that might interrupt will have to be put aside, because there's no time for that. The time gets focused on being of service. It's a full-time job just to be present, because everything else that interferes with us being present that we have to put aside, which is our ordinary distractions of whatever it is. We all have our personal things that we get distracted by, and forget to be totally present in the moment and doing the think good, talk good, and doing good, and fully participating in that perspective. So it's a bit of a balancing act there, I would say.
Yes, Rick, I'm totally in resonance to that, what you just said, and I heard it yesterday too. I always say to being present in the very moment for somebody or for something is very important. We need practiced knowledge, yeah, because we can talk for years about something, but it is, or not, but I don't like the word but, I would say at the same time, it's important that it can't be experienced, yeah. Whatever we do, as you said, with the whole creativity and different variety of creativity. And that reminds me, when people spend a lot of time to think about the past, then I also say, we have no time. I say, this is the very, very second. I can't I have not the time to analyze why is happening this and that and what and how many 1,000 years or whatever. I say, this is the very second I can imagine a world with people that are loving, people that have a home, people that are nourished. So this is the important second now. And if millions of people imagine that and feel that and be ready and allow it, then the world is that what we wish for. Yeah.
Yeah, and that has to be reinitiated virtually in each moment in order to be fully effective. And so that's why it's a full-time job to be present and to have that creative thought structure that you're here for the benefit of others and you're here to glow with your soul, basically. And anything that interferes with that love, unconditional love, basically gets burned away and is not relevant in that world of trying to express that. So yeah, that's an important idea, I think, and it's a big one. It's a big one because to be there in every moment, because like I say, there's so many distractions that we run into on this planet. Most of us are here because of the distractions. It's only in we're here for the distractions in the first part of our life, and then the other part of our life, we're here to figure out how we got hung up with these distractions and get rid of them so we can be present. So it's a funny deal. It depends on what part of your life, whether you're adding to the distractions or subtracting from them in a way.
But Rick, what you're expressing now, you're glowing, and you're giving that love out, and you're receiving from the intentions, from the emotions, from the fields of everybody else that gives you deep warmth and love back. So you're receiving back by the very essence of you giving, and you're expanding your fields everywhere. And I can feel it, and everybody else can feel it. And when we all start interacting on this level, then we really do become one and understand our true creation. And I thank you very much for the beauty of what you've just expressed there. Thank you.
Well, it goes with the season that we all are the star on the top of the Christmas tree. And most of us think we're just an ornament, perhaps.
Yes. Yeah, being a star, and you said it, glow, and be a light. And people are always afraid because of being a lightful, because they say, oh no, I don't want to perform or whatever. And they say, that's our task, I think, our being, to be, just to let it flow, let the light flow that is inside you. And another impulse, as you mentioned, the word is the question, is that what I am doing constructive or destructive? And if people would think about that, it is very clear what to do and what not to do. And I have learned Latin, at school. So con means together, and de means separation. So, and that's so, I'm so emphasizing this being constructive, or acting constructive. And so I also like the word conversation and communio. I don't use the word discussion anymore because discussion contains cut, and that means separation. So, and I think each word has a vibration. I feel the words have vibrations. Therefore, this is just an impulse to question their own vocabulary and to use words that would have a constructive, enlightening vibration. Yeah, and that is emphasizing that we together, it needs the we the being together, yeah, that has been experienced for thousands of years, because the people in groups, yeah, they survived just as they were a group, and they worked together and acted together.
Yeah, that's well said, Rick. That's very, very important in these moments. Sorry to interrupt, Rick. What Brigitte's just said there is the division at the moment is obvious for all of us. And anybody that's listening to this, I hope you feel the emotion, and you feel within you the absolute beauty and truth of what those vibrations that have just been expressed to you. For you to experience and know the deep, deep truth within you, those words that have just been expressed. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Anybody else have something they'd like to express?
I think good, I talk bad, and I act bad. Sorry.
Well, 1 out of 3 is not too bad. It's a start. Yeah, it's something, all right. How do we consciously create our thoughts to think good and put out only the best for all beings at all times?
I steal it for
actually,
I steal for you because I speak without asking you. I beg it the mercy for you, for rest, because I don't know what number of hours you are putting, and after I thinking, oh my God, I do wrong, and for this reason I say I think good, but I last step it's wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, who are you?
Pay him 500. Pay him 500 and so yeah.
Who are you addressing when you're talking about sleep? Exactly. Because
you don't sleep.
When the soul kicks in, the sleep is not one of the factors that are important at that moment.
Mr. Keshe saying never sleep. The soul is never sleep. For not burning, get busy.
Yeah, we shouldn't even call it sleep. It's more rest, let's say, than body rest. And the soul still, isn't that when the soul plays and the body, and the body sleeps and the soul plays? So either way. In any case, I should probably wrap things up here because it's going on to over 5 hours now. So we like to leave a little room for the biker gang that comes in next to take over our place here. Anything else? Alex, you got your microphone open. You must want to say something. Please do. Can you hear me, Alex? Alex, hello. I don't think he hears. He doesn't know his microphone's open. All right, Alex, I don't think you're able to talk right now. There's the mic's off. Well, perhaps we got his mental message somehow. Okay, what do we have coming up? We have, let's deal with this Fukushima video perhaps next week. That might be good. If someone can remind me, and we can get into that as suggested. Well, stay tuned for the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, of course, on Thursday, as usual, at 9 a.m. Central European Time, at the usual places in Zoom, live stream, YouTube, etc. Thank you, everybody, for today's meeting. I think it's been a fine one with lots of interaction and enjoyable company. Thank you very much. Sometimes I think it takes us about 4.5 hours to get to the point where we need to begin. But perhaps we can learn to jump into the water faster as we go along, which I think we do, and get there quicker that way. But sometimes it just takes time to get into that second wind. Go ahead, Dean.
Rick, I'd just like to say thank you to you again for giving us this, for being present and giving us this wonderful platform to express ourselves and to engage with each other on a soul level, on a scientific level, on a humanitarian level, on a brother and sister level, on an entity level, on a field level, on a soul level, on a creator level, on every level imaginable. Thank you very much, Rick, for your beauty. Thank you.
Well, that's indeed multi-dimensional there, Dean, but you're correct. It is a multi-dimensional show, and we try to tolerate all perspectives. It's difficult sometimes, but that tolerance is part of what we're here for, in a way, to learn to tolerate others, and that's really what that unconditional love is all about. All right.
I'm hard rock. Sorry, and I want to add that what he said, Dean. I want to thank you, Rick, and all of us.
Very good. Thank you for being here, Dan. And as Jalal would say, thank we. Thank we. Thank we. So next week we'll be into a new year, and we look forward to seeing you all after this transition as we move into 2021. And that will happen on the same day as the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which is interesting, on New Year's Eve. So, see you next year. Thanks, everyone. Good show.